Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Rune Arch Squeak. The sound of the door opening rang out, and Yang Zhao came out cautiously. He had a shy expression on his face. He realized at this time that senior brother Luo must have been practicing some powerful sword moves. He must have been confused and dizzy. He thought senior brother Luo wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. Therefore, he stood behind senior brother Luo very carefully, and the whole person looked very timid. The broken sword is on the table, remember to take it when you leave. After Luo Yan saw him come out, he pointed his eyes at the stone table. Hearing this, Yang Zhao was slightly stunned and waved his hands quickly. Senior brother Luo, this was exchanged for your hook chain magic weapon. I can't take it. Luo Yan's eyelids jumped, and there was a little inexplicable in his clear eyes. You should know it too, right? This broken sword is very likely to be part of a magic weapon. It's not priceless, but it's almost the same. Although I am tempted, it's not easy to snatch something that belongs to you. Luo Yan smiled in the corners of his eyes and his mouth was full of teasing. This is a magic weapon. Few disciples can resist its temptation. Even if they don't use it, they can sell it for thousands of spirit stones. Faced with such a huge profit, who would not be tempted? The atmosphere in the courtyard began to become tense. There was a long silence. Seeing that Yang Zhao's expression was a bit struggling at first, but then he calmed down, and the whole person was still respectful. He didn't even look at the broken sword on the stone table. Are you really willing to give it to me? If you are more reserved, I will take it seriously. Yang Zhao's expression remained unchanged, very respectful. If it weren't for senior brother Luo, I wouldn't have gone to Wufang City at all, and I wouldn't have met that strange old man. Besides, the broken sword was exchanged for senior brother Luo's hook and chain magic weapon. Junior brother has no reason to want it. Luo Yan's eyes stayed on Yang Zhao, trying to see if he had any regrets. But there was no impurity in Yang Zhao's clear eyes. He looked at him without retreating. Okay, I'll keep this broken sword for now. I'm satisfied that we've completed both missions. Tell me, what reward do you want? Luo Yan put the broken sword into his storage bag. He knew that this broken sword seemed to have the function of automatically choosing a master. At present, it seemed that only Yang Zhao could use it. But this broken sword was a magic weapon after all, and it had great reference value for Luo Yan. He had not yet figured out what the spiritual consciousness of this magic weapon was. Keeping it in his own hands would also make it easier to observe. But in this way, he would invisibly owe Yang Zhao a favor. In the world of cultivating immortals, this is a cause and effect. Luo Yan didn't want to owe others a favor just because he was greedy for petty gains. No need, senior brother Luo. It's my job to run errands for senior brother. With senior brother as a backer, I don't have to worry about other disciples bullying me. This is the best reward. Yang Zhao seemed very serious when he said this. In his opinion, being under the wings of senior brother Luo was worth more than any opportunity. It was just a broken magic weapon. With his talent, he will definitely be able to pick up something better in the future. Since senior brother Luo is interested in this broken sword, just give it to him. Maybe I can even do him a favor. Yang Zhao believed that he was not wrong. Following senior brother Luo was the right thing to do. He was not a fool. When he saw the childish face of senior brother Luo, the guess in his heart became stronger and stronger. Senior brother Luo is probably from the same class as him. Thinking of this possibility, Yang Zhao's eyes were a little complicated. When they were still working hard for the third level of key refining, the real geniuses were already in the middle stage of key refining. They entered the sect together and practiced the same way. It has only been 2 years, but the difference is so big. However, what confused Yang Zhao was that he could hardly hear any rumors about senior brother Luo among ordinary disciples. If he became an outer disciple, the first thing he would do was to run to those who looked down on him and get back his face. Yang Zhao heard that several outer disciples living on Jinxing Peak Mountain, although they had been in the sect for less than 2 years, were bossy. Every time he went out, there was a huge crowd of people, shouting and yelling. The scene was simply enviable. But thinking of brother Luo's indifferent look, he felt that it was natural that he could not hear any news from him. Sit cross-legged and practice the technique you are currently practicing. Luo Yan pondered for a moment. Although it was a broken magic weapon, it was not enough to be offset by a few spirit stones. Since the spirit stones were useless, Luo Yan could only compensate him in other ways. And what could be equivalent to the value of the broken magic weapon and still have an effect on Yang Zhao? After thinking about it, the only way was to practice. Although Yang Zhao didn't know what Brother Luo wanted to do, he still did it obediently. He sat cross-legged on the ground and practiced the advanced breathing method that he had just exchanged from the sutra library. The red spiritual light lingered and disappeared from time to time. Luo Yan, who was standing opposite, had a blazing blue light in his eyes. Chip, detect his cultivation status. Detection begins. Yang Zhao, Earth attribute advanced practice, breathing frequency is 3 breaths each time. The time to form a closed loop in the body is about 1/7 of an incense stick. The efficiency of absorbing Earth attribute spiritual power is only 60% of the main body. Analysis of the reasons is that the practice is not in line with your own cultivation qualifications. It is recommended to change the practice method. Luo Yan's eyes were enlightened. At this time, he realized how special the rune arch in the Hall of Supreme Harmony was. It can detect the spiritual roots so detailed through the power of runes. What convenience it has for cultivators to choose the practice method that suits them. The practice method that Yang Zhao practiced was not in line with himself. After the spiritual energy circulated through his body, only a part of it was absorbed. The remaining spiritual power was still lost. What spiritual roots are you? Reporting to my senior brother, I have 3 spiritual roots of gold, earth, and water. Luo Yan nodded. Although Yang Zhao also has 3 spiritual roots, his cultivation speed is much slower than his own. It was because he had been using the basic breathing method for the previous year and a half. Although there are better methods for cultivation now, he chose the wrong method. There is a conflict of spiritual power between his own spiritual roots, so that the spiritual power obtained through breathing will form a competitive trend in the body. In the struggle, only a part of it can be absorbed by the body in the end. The rest is wasted. Once the disease is found, the problem can be solved. Luo Yan found a spiritual wood and cut it into 3 sections. According to the appearance recorded in the chip, the detection runes on the rune arch in the Hall of Supreme Harmony were restored 1-to-1. Then they were engraved on the spiritual wood. Chapter 77 Equivalent transaction time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye another day had passed and it was late at night. Luo Yan finally carved all the runes on the spirit wood. He then stood the spirit wood covered with runes straight up to form a door. The rune arch was dim at this time. Luo Yan's heart moved slightly, and he took out a spirit stone and crushed it inside the arch. The rune at the bottom of the spirit wood door lit up. Luo Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He carved more than 500 runes on this spirit wood. Could it be that it would take more than 500 spirit stones to activate it? Luo Yan pulled the spiritual energy from the spirit gathering array in the yard to the rune arch. But he found that it had only a little effect. The spiritual energy provided by the spirit gathering array could not meet the activation requirements of the rune arch. And after his delay, the rune that was originally lit was no longer as bright as it was at the beginning. Luo Yan finally understood why the rune arch was so important to the development of his disciples, but it was not promoted to everyone. It was because this thing was too dependent on spiritual energy. If it could only be activated with spiritual stones, the spiritual stones consumed by one person would probably be a considerable amount. Crack! The sound of crushing spiritual stones continued to sound. Luo Yan took out a pile of spiritual stones with an expressionless face and crushed them inside the arch. As the spiritual stones continued to break, the spiritual mist that burst out was absorbed by the runes on the arch. After all the runes on the arch were lit up, Luo Yan stopped his hand movements. Hurry up and stand on it. His voice couldn't help but carry a hint of urging. These are hundreds of spiritual stones, just gone like that. It's impossible to say that he didn't feel bad. However, if he could understand this cause and effect, he was still willing. In general, Luo Yan still made money. If he sold the broken sword, he could make a lot of spiritual stones. Yang Zhao stood in the middle of the rune wooden door. He was first dazzled by a burst of white light, and then felt a burst of special sights, as if he was looking through him. He subconsciously bent his body, but it was in vain. The power of the rune seemed to be able to see through his body and see the essence. Then, a light of brown, blue, and yellow intertwined with 3 colors burst out from the wooden door. The 3 colors of light lasted for a long time, and then the yellow light disappeared. Only 2 colors remained. The remaining brown and blue lights kept intertwining. After an incense stick, the runes on the wooden door dimmed, and the color remained unchanged. Finally, it was fixed in the interweaving of brown and blue. When Yang Zhao got down from the wooden door, the ruined wooden door instantly turned into ashes and shattered all over the ground. It was as if an ordinary wooden door could not withstand such a sudden force, and it was too reluctant to be used as a carrier for testing spiritual root qualifications. Change your current practice method to a combination of earth and water attributes. Yang Zhao had just stood firm when he heard what senior brother Luo said. He was inevitably a little surprised to change his practice method. The reason why you can't practice fast is because your own spiritual roots are not very compatible with the skills. The difference between the spiritual roots in the bodies of cultivators is not only in their superior talents. Cultivators with multiple spiritual roots will also have primary and secondary distinctions in the 5 elements. You are a cultivator with spiritual roots of the 3 attributes of gold, earth, and water. In principle, you can practice any of these 3 types of skills. It's just that because of the primary and secondary distinctions in the properties of the spiritual roots, you are almost unaware of the difference. It's like there are 2 of you, one who only eats bigu pills every day, and the other who eats spiritual rice with a lower spiritual energy content every day. Because both can resist hunger, and the spiritual energy content of the spiritual rice is too thin, you will not notice anything in a short period of time. But after a long time, you who eat spiritual rice will definitely increase your cultivation faster than you who only eat bigu pills. This is a similar principle. Luo Yan pondered for a moment, and gave an easy-to-understand example to help Yang Zhao understand the difference between the 2. Your situation is even more special. In addition to the slightly weaker gold spiritual root, the earth and water spiritual roots are actually comparable. This also leads to the fact that every time you absorb spiritual power, the original earth and water spiritual energy are the same. Now after your deliberate choice of your main cultivation method, the spiritual power of these 2 attributes in your body cannot be balanced. If these 2 cannot reach a certain balance, your cultivation will naturally not be fast. After hearing Brother Luo's detailed explanation, Yang Zhao realized that there were so many tricks in the choice of cultivation methods for cultivators. He bowed deeply to Brother Luo's position, with a gentle and respectful look. This is a major event related to his cultivation in the second half of his life. It is not excessive to perform such a great ceremony. Yang Zhao originally thought that with Brother Luo's character, he would probably owe him a favor if he took the broken sword. Unexpectedly, he returned it so quickly. And from a long-term perspective, the benefits to him are simply beyond words. Take my identity J token and go to the Sutra library. The brother on duty inside will not limit the time you spend looking for the skills because of the token. Go directly to the skills area on the 2nd floor, and look at the skills with earth and water attributes on the left. There should be what you are looking for. The contribution points required to exchange the skills can be deducted directly from my token. Yang Zhao was stunned for a moment when he saw Brother Luo's look of thinking only of himself. Don't worry too much, just do it. This broken sword has a deep research value for me and is of great help to me at this stage. Apart from ordinary errands, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and you and I can just exchange it at an equal value. No one owes anyone. This is what you deserve. At this moment, Luo Yan seemed very rational. He did not deliberately keep the broken sword just because Yang Zhao's identity and cultivation were lower than his. Although the price of the magic weapon was relatively high, judging from the reaction of the broken sword, he would not be able to use it for the time being even if he took it. Luo Yan just wanted to study how the autonomous spiritual consciousness of the broken sword was generated. Moreover, regarding the matter of the rune arch, I am afraid that among the outer disciples of the entire 5 Elements Temple, there is no other person who can perfectly replicate it except Luo Yan. Even if Yang Zhao reaches the late stage of key refining in the future and goes to the headquarters, he can also use the rune arch by spending a certain amount of contribution points. But with his current cultivation speed, it will take at least 10 years if nothing unexpected happens. In this way, Yang Zhao will not suffer any loss. Therefore, regarding the cause and effect of this broken sword, Luo Yan has completely settled it with him. As for the white-haired Taoist who gave Yang Zhao the broken sword, it is none of Luo Yan's business. The old man exchanged the broken sword for Yang Zhao himself, and Yang Zhao and Luo Yan made a voluntary transaction. Even if the old man came to the door in the end, Luo Yan had a reason not to worry about what he would do to him. Moreover, Being able to appear in the hinterland of the sect is equivalent to giving the sect disciples a broken magic weapon for free. This looks like the sect's senior elders playing with the world. Seeing Yang Zhao's extraordinariness, he casually gave him a little opportunity. Thinking of this, Luo Yan's eyes revealed a trace of envy. People like this who have opportunities coming to them wherever they go really deserve to die. Chapter 78, Illusory Human Face. As the year draws to a close, the atmosphere in the sect becomes more and more lively. Several empty courtyards next to Luo Yan still had no disciples living in them. It seemed that even in the entire Mu Lingfeng, the number of outer disciples was not large. As the outer sect competition approached, Luo Yan did not choose to go out and hang around. Every day, he recorded the growth data of the spiritual medicine in the hydroponic tank, and then went to the outside of Xiaohuangshan to practice cultivation techniques. Simple and plain. Time passed quickly in such a fulfilling day, and in a blink of an eye, the day of the outer sect competition arrived. The melodious sound of the bell floated back and forth in the mountains, and Mu Lingfeng also ushered in the morning of the day. Luo Yan pushed open the courtyard door and walked out, but found that Yang Zhao had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Luo Yan stepped into the stone steps up the mountain, but found it was very crowded. And as the bell rang, more and more people surged up from the foot of the mountain on Mu Lingfeng. Looking around, there was a dark crowd. Obviously, this outer sect competition held every 2 years is a great event for most ordinary disciples. No one would be willing to miss it unless it was a special case. People had already started to line up in an orderly manner on the Bluestone Square, with an endless stream of people and a lot of noise. Fortunately, the cross-section of the Bluestone Square was large enough to accommodate thousands of disciples. At the front, there was an illusory rune gate that was as big as a pavilion, looming in the air. It was connected to the small world secret realm unique to the Five Elements Temple. A secret realm dedicated to growing spiritual medicine. It was usually not open to the public. Only the headmaster and the supreme elders in the nascent soul stage in the entire sect had the key to open the secret realm. After the bell rang, Luo Yan came from behind in a green Taoist robe, and the ordinary disciples he met along the way took the initiative to make way. In the end, he stood at the front of the Bluestone Square, closest to the rune gate. Yang Zhao followed closely behind him. When Luo Yan came over, there were already more than a dozen people wearing green Taoist robes. Among them, Jun Boyu, Mi Si and others were all there. Jun Boyu nodded towards his direction. After a while, the number of green figures stopped increasing. Luo Yan counted them, including himself. There were a total of 21 outer disciples. It seems that these are all the outer disciples on Muling Peak. He thought secretly in his heart. This is much less than expected. Roughly speaking, including the other 4 peaks, the number of outer disciples on Wuxing Peak is just over 100. Although the number of outer disciples here is scarce, Luo Yan does not think that the number of outer disciples in the entire sect will be small. You must know that as long as you have reached the late stage of key refining, you are an outer disciple. Wuxing Temple recruits disciples every 3 to 5 years. The lifespan of key refining cultivators is generally around 100 to 150 years. Even for cultivators who can cultivate to the late stage of key refining, the ratio is 10 to 1. Over a long period of time, it is also an extremely terrifying number. Hao Li arrived a little later. When he saw Luo Yan, he ran straight to him and stood beside him. "Brother, how about we join forces this time? We can definitely grab a lot of chess pieces." Hao Li's tone was very loud, as if he didn't take those outer disciples who had been in the sect for many years seriously at all. Luo Yan glanced at him indifferently, curious about where he got his confidence from, but he didn't refuse. "It's not urgent now, let's go in and see the situation first." Although Luo Yan had the same idea as him, he was much more cautious. At least he didn't say anything harsh. He wanted to see what was going on inside before formulating a hunting strategy. Fortunately, Luo Yan didn't have to wait too long. A huge human face slowly emerged above the entire Five Elements Temple. It tightly covered the Five Elements Peak. His eyes were closed, and his face was blurred, like a projection of a mirage. However, the oppressive momentum brought by the huge face still made everyone on the Bluestone Square feel suffocated. The originally noisy scene suddenly stagnated. At this moment, more than a dozen old figures suddenly flew out from the various halls of the Five Elements Peak. Standing in the clouds, there were the reception elders of the Supreme Harmony Hall, the steward elders of the General Affairs Hall, and Elder Zhao, who was responsible for guarding the sutra library but had not been seen for many years. It seemed that all the elders of the Five Elements Peak had come out at this moment. They bowed respectfully to the illusory figure from a distance. The eyes of the human face slowly opened in an instant, and the eyes without any color stared indifferently at the figures on the bluestone square. "Why did you wake me up? Is it time to open the secret realm again?" Elder Zhao, who was responsible for guarding the sutra library, stepped forward in the void, reporting to the Supreme Elder, the Five Elements Peak, have changed this outer sect competition into a trial of picking spiritual medicines in accordance with the order of the head of the sect. Please open the transmission channel to the secret world." Elder Zhao of the Sutra Library looked very old, with white beard and hair. His voice was not loud, but full of energy, and a yellow handwritten edict flew out of his sleeve. The handwritten edict flew into the air, and suddenly a terrifying aura rushed out, which was exactly the same as the powerful aura of the Supreme Elder, as if a god had come out. This kind of pressure, this majestic aura, made the souls of the disciples on the Five Elements Peak seem to tremble. The brilliant light was like a scorching sun exploding in the sky, turning the 5 peaks of the Five Elements Peak into gold in an instant. When the Supreme Elder's eyes stayed on the handwritten edict, the fluctuations on the handwritten edict slowly calmed down, and the divine light was restrained. The handwritten edict was slowly spread out, and the characters on it came alive like a living being, and were swallowed up by the illusory face in the sky. Then the light on the handwritten edict faded, and was carefully put away by Elder Zhao. "You can announce the rules first," the illusory face said. Hearing this, the elder standing in the void bowed respectfully to the human face, and then began to loudly announce the rules. "This competition will be held in the Misty Mountains in the sect's spiritual medicine secret realm. There are countless spiritual medicines in the Misty Mountains, and they can all be taken out. The sect will recycle them according to a certain contribution point. At the same time, each ordinary disciple can voluntarily choose whether to spend 10 contribution points to buy a white chess piece, or 100 contribution points to buy a blue chess piece, to obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm. Outer disciples will automatically receive a blue chess piece. Each chess piece will be bound to the person and cannot be lost. If lost, they will be directly teleported out of the secret realm. People who hold white chess pieces can use the white chess pieces to explore the spiritual medicines around them. They only need to pick them up, and the chess pieces will automatically store the spiritual medicines in the internal space. And because each chess piece is bound to the person, even if you are robbed of the chess piece by other disciples and lose the qualification for the trial, the spiritual medicines collected before this, the contribution points exchanged are still counted on your own heads. In addition to the basic functions of white chess pieces, blue chess pieces can also sense the number and location of nearby chess piece owners within a certain range. Quotation mark. Chapter 79. The competition begins. Chess pieces can attack each other. After this trial, a white chess piece can be exchanged for 10 contribution points, a blue chess piece can be exchanged for 100 contribution points, and a black chess piece can be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. The spiritual medicine stored in a chess piece will not be counted except for the chess piece that it is bound to. The owner of the blue chess piece can only gain 1 contribution point by actively attacking the white chess piece. The opening time of this secret realm will last for 7 days. At that time, the chess pieces on you will automatically teleport you back. After the trial, those who still have blue chess pieces on their bodies will obtain the status of outer disciples. Those who have black chess pieces can go to the headquarters. With the announcement of the rules of the outer sect competition, the crowd on the Bluestone Square suddenly became lively. The identity is determined by black, white and blue chess pieces, and they can be bought directly. This novel rule has never been seen before. Although the elders in the sky have not announced how to obtain black chess pieces. But for ordinary disciples, it is enough. Those who are confident in their own strength can exchange for blue chess pieces, and then use the detection function of the blue chess pieces to find other chess pieces to fight. Disciples who don't have so many ideas and just want to earn some contribution points, exchange for white chess pieces and honestly go to pick spiritual medicine. I believe that in this case, most ordinary disciples with extra contribution points will choose to exchange for blue chess pieces to enter the secret realm. Even if you don't grab the chess pieces in other people's hands, there are still piles of spiritual medicines in the secret realm that can be collected to make up for the cost and make up for the loss. Since it is called a spiritual medicine secret realm, I think there will be countless spiritual medicines in it. At that time, it depends on the situation, whether to collect spiritual medicine or find someone to fight and snatch the chess pieces in other people's hands. Advance and retreat are optional. No matter how you think about it, it is more cost-effective. If you are lucky enough to keep the blue chess piece until the end, the status of an outer disciple will be within your reach. There are many disciples who have such ideas. For a moment, many ordinary disciples have excitement on their faces. Me and others who are at the front showed a sneer on their faces. There is no such a beautiful thing in the world. It's nothing more than a bunch of contribution points delivered to your door. The rules of this year's competition have changed. The intensity of the battle is not as high as in the past. It can even be said that it is giving benefits to ordinary disciples, but this is limited to disciples holding white chess pieces. It is okay for these disciples to pick spiritual medicine honestly. The reward of 1 contribution point makes many outer disciples uninterested. After all, it takes a long time to restore spiritual power. And the spiritual medicine they pick themselves cannot be robbed. It is not cost-effective to waste the spiritual power in the body on them. However, once ordinary disciples exchange for blue chess pieces, it is tantamount to a child holding gold in a busy city. It is coveted. It seems that there is more room for operation, but it is not. Luo Yan believes that once this rule is issued, most of the outer disciples will definitely harvest those ordinary disciples who exchanged for blue chess pieces in the early stage. Including himself, there is a high probability that he will do so. A blue chess piece is equivalent to 100 contribution points. This is faster than doing any task. And just making the sword box of the Zyokainai sword formation cost him nearly 1,000 contribution points. This does not count the cost of helping Yang Zhao detect spiritual roots. After such a long period of squandering, the contribution points he had earned from the small key-gathering pills were basically spent. Only some spirit stones were left. In fact, when Junboi said that the chess pieces could attack each other, Luo Yan had this idea. Otherwise, with the speed at which he spent his contribution points, the contribution points on him would never be enough. The reason why he insisted on optimizing the Zyokainai sword formation at such a high cost. This is a very important point. Since you have finished explaining the rules, I will open the transmission channel. The huge human face statue above the 5 Elements temple muttered something in his mouth, as if he was silently chanting a spell. Suddenly, the rune door above the bluestone square, which was the same size as the attic, gradually solidified. Finally, it turned into an ancient and solemn rune door. All disciples who are preparing to participate in this outer sect trial, please take your identity tokens in your hands. The elders who were originally floating in the air flew back to their respective peaks in an instant. Landed under the rune gate. With the presiding of these elders, the noisy voices of the disciples on the bluestone square dissipated a lot in an instant. In order to facilitate the guidance of them into the secret world, the flow of people on the square was divided into 2 groups. One was the white chess piece camp, and the other was the camp headed by Luo Yan and his team. As the elders' voices fell, a huge tray emerged under the rune gate, with many white and blue chess pieces in it. Because Luo Yan's identity is quite special. Because he is one of the few people who can freely choose to participate or not in this outer sect competition. Therefore, if he wants to enter the secret world, he has to spend 100 contribution points to exchange for blue chess pieces. White chess pieces are not within his consideration because they do not have the function of detecting the information of people around him. In that kind of foggy world, no one dares to guarantee that they will not overturn. The only thing that makes Luo Yan feel more satisfied is that special disciples like him and Hali, even if they accidentally lose their chess pieces in the secret realm, will not affect their status as outer sect disciples. Just when Luo Yan handed the identity jade card to the elder and was about to exchange it for a blue chess piece, an invisible wave came from the elder in front of him. In an instant, he felt as if his whole body was completely seen through. "Elder, are you using some unknown magic to investigate me?" Luo Yan kept a calm face and thought to himself. What qualifications does he, a small outer disciple, have to be worthy of the curiosity of these unfathomable elders? It's puzzling. Buzz. Just when Luo Yan was puzzled by this, a flash of black light came towards him. He subconsciously grabbed it with his hand. Luo Yan glanced at the thing in his palm, and his pupils shrank slightly. It was a black chess piece. This scene was also seen by many green figures next to him, and a trace of greed flashed in their eyes. After entering the secret realm, as long as they snatched this black chess piece, It meant that they no longer had to worry about the identity of outer disciples. Looking at the malicious eyes around him, Luo Yan's face sank instantly. Although he didn't know why the elder in front of him would directly give him a black chess piece, it did not prevent Luo Yan from accepting it frankly. Although this was a bit suspicious of putting him in the spotlight. As for the greedy eyes next to him, Luo Yan was not too worried. With his Iokai sword formation in his hand, he was not afraid of any challenge. Chapter 80 Misty Mountains. At this moment, there was another commotion beside Luo Yan, and Hao Li also obtained a black chess piece. Among the 21 outer disciples of Muling Peak, only 4 of them got the status of outer disciples through the back door. But they were the only 2 who had just entered the sect last year, and both of them got a black chess piece. Does this want us to become a thorn in everyone's eyes? Or do they want to use the hands of outer disciples to weigh our quality? Luo Yan looked around at the green figures around him and found that at least a dozen pairs of malicious eyes were fixed on him and Hao Li. He himself had a blank expression, while Hao Li excitedly showed him a big white tooth. It seemed to say, finally, there will be endless fights now. Luo Yan spread the black chess piece in his palm to observe it. The chess piece was only the size of a thumb, and the surface looked extremely smooth, but in fact it was full of dense lines, as if the runes were shrunk 100 times. It was like a microscopic landscape painting. It was full of layers. Looking at it for a long time would make people feel dizzy. This chess piece is probably not simple, Luo Yan thought to himself. To superimpose so many runes on a thumb-sized chess piece, the technology required here is, at least Luo Yan cannot do it at present. The moment you enter the secret world, the trial has begun. Each disciple is randomly teleported, so please pay attention to everyone you meet, as they may be your enemy. The fog in the secret world cannot be penetrated by the naked eye or detected by the divine consciousness. The owner of the blue chess piece can sense other chess pieces within a certain range. In this trial, the sect will not restrict the means of the disciples, and they can do their best, but it is forbidden to intentionally hurt people's lives. Violators will be severely punished. As the elder's unhurried voice fell, the faces of the disciples on the bluestone square gradually became solemn. The air seemed to be filled with tension. After all, the sentence of not restricting any means of the disciples is still quite bluffing. You must know that in the outer sect competitions in previous years, talismans and formations were prohibited from being used. Because the arena is so small, and the talisman is a pure external force, the competition naturally depends on real skills. Now that the restrictions of talismans and formations have been lifted, I believe that the battles in the secret world will be even more exciting. After explaining all the rules, the elders under the rune gate looked at each other, then laughed, with a kind face. That's enough nonsense, so I now declare that the outer sect competition has officially begun. As soon as the elders finished speaking, the originally silent bluestone square suddenly exploded, turning into a boiling atmosphere, spreading all over the sky. The outer sect competition has finally begun. Boom! The disciples on the bluestone square entered the rune gate one after another, and after a short dizzy moment, they finally came to a strange world. The spiritual charm here is very prosperous, full of vitality, lush vegetation, and towering ancient trees grow everywhere, covering the sky and the earth. The mist in the mountains surged out, the clouds were very thick, and the visibility was only a few dozen meters. Looking around, only part of the trees can be seen. It is hard to see through. This cloud and mist is very magical. Not only can it block the perspective of the cultivator's spiritual eye technique, but the spiritual power factor in the mist is also more abundant than the spiritual energy on the wood spirit peak. If you stay here for a long time, even if you don't use the spirit gathering array, your cultivation speed will be greatly improved. The soil on the ground is very soft, and it seems that you can squeeze out water if you pinch it hard. The roots of various trees are intertwined, and there is also a kind of green plant similar to the size of moss, which almost covers the entire wet bottom of the tree roots. However, the difference from moss is that this plant is about 10 centimeters tall, and it looks more like a seedling of some spiritual medicine. Luo Yan stood on the ground, first looked around vigilantly, and then picked a flower of this moss-like spiritual plant. It exudes a faint mist and spiritual charm. Cloud and mist grass. Luo Yan thought of a first-level spiritual grass. This spiritual grass is only the first-level lower grade, and it exists in small quantities and has not been used. Only when there are a lot of them in a certain place can the cloud grass play its role. That is to gather the spiritual energy of that area. It is a bit like a naturally grown spirit gathering array. The effect is similar. Luo Yan thought about it, picked a few more of these cloud-like spiritual herbs, and sealed them in a jade box. After doing all this, he had time to look at this environment that looked like a tropical rainforest, and his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Is this the secret world? Except that it is a little damp, it looks no different from the outside world. He picked up a small piece of soil on the ground with his hand, sniffed it closely, and found nothing special. Then, he stepped on the roots of the big tree, turned his body sideways, and walked up step by step. Along the way, he encountered a few spiritual plants parasitic on the tree trunks, but he didn't rush to pick them. It took him about half an incense stick of time before he reached the top of the tree. At this time, Luo Yan had already passed the cloud at the bottom of the ancient tree, as if he had come to another world. The branches of the ancient tree are flat, the bark is dark gray, the upper branches are oblique, and the crown is in the shape of a spire. The leaves are arranged in 2 rows, with a notch at the tip, and the middle seed scales are wide and fan-shaped like an inverted triangle, with fine teeth on the edge, similar to the arbor family. After reaching the top of the tree, Luo Yan found that the sky of this world was gray. He used all his spiritual power to fill his eyes, but he could not see any trace of sunlight. The whole world seemed to be filled with a sense of oppression. Moreover, after being here for so long, Luo Yan did not find any traces of large birds or terrestrial animals. It was as if the place had been cleared in advance. There were only traces of some very small beetle creatures. It stands to reason that in such an environment with abundant spiritual power, it is not only suitable for the growth of spiritual medicine, but also for monsters. Or is it that in this entire secret realm, except for some small animals, there are no traces of monsters? Luo Yan pondered. If it was such a spiritual medicine secret realm, he would not have to worry about running into the lair of large monsters when he ran into it. The only ones he needed to guard against were his fellow disciples who had bad intentions. The meaning behind the black chess piece was enough to drive every disciple in the middle stage of key refining crazy. A fault formed from the middle of the ancient tree. It was gray, but there was nothing to block the view. At a glance, the shadow of the mountain range was close at hand. From the middle to the bottom, it was shrouded in a white mist. It lasted for a long time. To Luo Yan, the mist seemed to be man-made. In other words, it was caused by some spiritual plants in this mountain range. Chapter 81. The grief-stricken senior brother from Tuxing Peak, for example, the yunwui grass that Luo Yan had just put into his storage bag. Judging from the current situation, the most likely reason for the rich spiritual energy and mist in this mountain range is the existence of this mist grass. The scale of its existence in this dense forest is really too large. Otherwise, it would be difficult to form such a long-lasting mist. Just when Luo Yan was full of curiosity about the entire misty mountains and wanted to explore it further, his ears suddenly moved and he heard some sounds faintly. Then he restrained his breath and walked down from the treetops again. Not far away, he saw 2 figures who were probably from the same sect confronting each other. The sound came from them. Just now, it seemed that he was a little too engrossed in studying the environment of the secret world, so he didn't learn too much about the surroundings. You know, the Trial Mountain Range, the entire mist world is only 100 miles away. Luo Yan estimated that there were no less than 10,000 disciples from the sect who entered. So many people, crowded in such an area, it is naturally easy to make a noise. Luo Yan, who came back to his senses, took out the black chess piece belatedly and sank into it. He detected that there were about a dozen fellow disciples holding white chess pieces nearby. Among them, there was also a blue chess piece, which was moving rapidly towards this position. It was expected that it would appear in front of him in a few breaths of time. The person who comes has bad intentions. Luo Yan stood on the treetop without moving. He was waiting for the arrival of that person. Luo Yan did not hide his identity, because there was no point. Unless he could take the initiative to give up the black chess piece. If he guessed correctly, the holders of the black chess pieces should all be disciples of their class. Not to mention the outer disciples, even ordinary key refining level 4 or 5 disciples would rush towards their location when they saw them. After all, a disciple who has only practiced for 2 years, even if he is a genius, is not that powerful. There is no need to think about this. There is no way to avoid it, so he can only fight. Not long after, a very fast sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a figure in a brown Taoist robe fell in front of him. He couldn't hide his ecstasy on his face. Lucky, so lucky. I actually met the owner of a black chess piece first. God bless you. The brown figure took out his long sword, and the spiritual power burst out, which scared the two ordinary disciples who were confronting each other in the fog not far away. They reacted instantly and hurried away. This junior brother, please hand over the black chess piece obediently. If senior brother hits you too hard, it will be bad if you get hurt. The brown figure spoke in a buzzing voice with a little echo. It looks like he is doing it for your own good. Luo Yan shook his head and did not answer. The spiritual power in his palm gathered, and the green light came out through the surrounding trees. In the blink of an eye, all the vines in the forest grew wildly, as if they were alive. It was like a chain of order, tearing all obstacles in front of it, cracking the ground and sending rocks flying. Since you're stubborn, don't blame senior brother for being ruthless. The brown figure sneered. There were not many outer disciples in Tuxing Peak. The venue of the competition made their powerful spells almost useless. Every time before they could use their spells, the crazy people from Jinxing Peak got close to them and knocked them off the stage with swords. However, under such restrictions, they still got a quota of outer disciples. The brown figure's strength was certainly not bad. It was just a small large-scale wood attribute spell. It was still a little short of trapping him. Crack! The brown figure stimulated the spiritual power of his whole body. With a position where he was standing as the center, the ground collapsed inch by inch, and the cracks on the bottom spread to the big tree where Luo Yan was. As the cracks expanded, the ancient tree where Luo Yan was standing collapsed. All the vines that relied on the tree along the way were buried. The red spiritual power was like a sea. Smoke and dust rose to the sky, and the ground shook and the mountains shook, as if to bury Luo Yan completely. The brown figure's spells made a lot of noise, and were almost all earth attributed. Combined with the brown Taoist robe he was wearing, it was not difficult for Luo Yan to guess that his opponent this time was a senior brother from Tuxing Peak. Boom! After breaking Luo Yan's wild tree growth spell, the brown figure gathered his spiritual power again, and the cracked ground turned into a huge red palm and slapped Luo Yan. This palm of earth attributed condensation alone was as huge as a small mountain. It was precisely because of the condensation of such a large-scale move that there was no intact land between them. Layers of cracks and shatters everywhere. Luo Yan was about to use the great level 1 Ifiho spell to fight the brown figure, but then he thought that in such an environment, it would be better to end the battle quickly. After all, the more noise they made, the greater the possibility of attracting people from far away. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that the cultivators 1 kilometer away will feel it. There is no way. This is the characteristic of the Tuxing Peak cultivators performing powerful spells. Moreover, although the 1 Ifiho technique has a wide range of use, the opponent is a senior brother from Tuxing Peak, who is naturally restrained from such large-scale techniques. Under such conditions, the effect of the technique may seem a little disappointing. Luo Yan's face was calm. He took out the sword box from the storage bag and activated it with the spiritual power in his hand. The Ziokan sword formation was instantly deployed, cutting off the huge palm that was like a small mountain. Tear it to pieces. The star map constructed by the sword formation enveloped the brown figure in an instant. Like a falling meteor, it was like endless moonlight, and the sword energy continued. Break! The brown figure shouted to the sky, his whole body shining with red light, but no matter how he dodged, the sword light followed him like a shadow. He rushed to the distance, and a sword light flew from the star map, misty, and struck across the mountains and forests. Suddenly, all the ancient trees and rocks were shattered in an instant. Vanished. There was a hissing sound, and smoke and dust filled the sky. There was a buzzing sound, followed by another sword light, which fell from the star sword map and attacked the brown figure. Puff! The brown figure was unable to dodge in time, and the sword light cut a long cut on his arm, bleeding. He could only show anger in his eyes, use the earth escape technique, and drill into the ground. As a cultivator of Tuxing Peak, the earth escape technique is their specialty. If you can't win, run away. This is the fighting concept of Tuxing Peak. Today he was defeated. Unexpectedly, this new junior brother actually brought in a strange magic box. The moment the box was unfolded, the sword light seemed endless, as if infinite. Isn't this blatant cheating? The brown figure was angry. Who brings a magic weapon into the secret world? This is not cheating. He thought with gritted teeth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Bloody Battle in Secret Realm. Boom! The moment the brown figure drilled into the ground, the swordlight flew, the mountain was torn apart, and smoke and dust rolled. It was dangerous, but he dodged again. Luo Yan frowned slightly, sensing the fluctuations of the earth escape technique, and a strong green light emerged from his body, following closely behind the brown figure. In this misty forest, his perception would be greatly affected. If the brown figure ran too far, it would be very likely to be lost. Thinking of this, the green light on Luo Yan's body suddenly increased, and his speed soared, as if he teleported and appeared in front of the brown figure's path. Luo Yan's feet exerted a little force, and the rock technique was activated in the form of a point to a surface. With the area where he is now as the center, it spread out to the surroundings, and the mud became solid. This made the brown figure underground suddenly stagnate in its speed of escaping the ground, and just as he was about to turn around, he was stunned by the next huge force. Luo Yan used the earth escape technique to pull the brown figure out from underground. Because the chess piece was specially made, it could not be put into the storage bag and could only be carried with you. Therefore, Luo Yan easily found the blue chess piece of the brown figure, took it off, and pinned it to his belt. At the moment he took off the blue chess piece flashed with brilliant fluorescence, covering the brown figure. Then, the space twisted and the brown figure disappeared. It seems that he was teleported back to the sect. This is the secret world, where spiritual medicines are everywhere. When you have ideas about others, you are in danger at any time. The outer disciples who were still majestic the moment before might overturn and be defeated by other outer disciples the next moment. The arrangement of the sect is very reasonable. Ordinary disciples pick spiritual medicines, and the battle is limited to the scope of ordinary disciples. Because few outer disciples will go all out to collect white chess pieces, which is not only time-consuming but also laborious. Moreover, this is the outer sect competition. There may be many senior elders watching in the sect. It would be a waste of your identity to accuse them of bullying the weak. So, compared to the blue chess pieces, the white chess pieces held by ordinary disciples are much more stable. But this is only relative. There are also old disciples who entered the sect a few years ago among the ordinary disciples. They rely on their high cultivation to snatch the white chess pieces from the hands of the new disciples. In short, although the misty mountains within 100 miles are blocked by heavy fog, the fluctuations of battle are everywhere. And Luo Yan relied on the detection function of the black chess pieces to look for traces of blue chess pieces all the way in such a misty world. Hunting. The optimized Zyokai sword formation can compete with even the existence of the late stage of key refining. Not to mention the existence of only a group of middle stage of key refining. After sensing the breath of the black chess piece, the holder of the blue chess piece will almost quickly approach the direction where the black chess piece is in the first time. Even if it is a disciple who bought the identity of the blue chess piece by himself, after sensing the breath of the black chess piece, most of them will choose to get close to the black chess. Now all the trilists in the entire secret realm know that the owner of the black chess piece is the new disciple who just entered the sect last year. Even if it is a genius, the talent for cultivation is faster. 2 years have passed, and nothing can be done. If you don't run faster, you will be preempted by other outer disciples. There are countless disciples who have this idea, and they come one after another. If they know the term Tang Monk's meat, they will understand that the black chess piece is comparable to Tang Monk's meat. There are too many people who want to snatch the black chess piece. Many times, Luo Yan doesn't need to take the initiative. He just needs to stand still and there will be a steady stream of blue chess pieces delivered to his door. So much so that within his sight, although spiritual medicines are everywhere, most people are not interested in picking spiritual medicines. He is more popular than spiritual medicines. However, Luo Yan himself has encountered many uncommon spiritual medicines, which he has packed in jade boxes and put into storage bags. Anyway, it doesn't take much effort to pick these spiritual medicines, and it can also enrich the types of spiritual medicines in the hydroponic tank in the basement. It's just that although there are many spiritual medicines in the secret world, most of them are ordinary first-level spiritual medicines. From time to time, it is considered a great fortune to find a first-level top-quality spiritual medicine. After understanding this situation, Luo Yan knew that even if he collected more spiritual herbs, he could only earn some hard-earned contribution points. So, in the future, Luo Yan was no longer limited to a certain area. He expanded his hunting area. Wherever there was a fluctuation of fighting, he would run there. Next, Luo Yan fought many battles, encountered too many dangers, and captured many blue chess pieces. There was no way. He who held the black chess piece was like a beacon in the dark night. As long as he met it, no one was willing to give up. In addition, his style of taking the initiative. In just 4 or 5 days, Luo Yan's green Taoist robe was torn, with several large holes on it. His new long gown was also soaked, and he couldn't tell whether it was his own sweat or someone else's blood. In this misty mountain range of 100 miles, at the beginning, there were large-scale battles every day. Battles between white chess pieces and white chess pieces, battles between blue chess pieces and blue chess pieces. There were also battles where several white chess pieces united and attacked the blue chess pieces. The outer disciples holding the blue chess pieces fought against many. Ordinary disciples could not last more than 2 moves in his hands. However, the side with white chess pieces had many people, including some good players at the 6th level of key refining. It was just that they did not get the quota for outer disciples in the previous world competition. The two sides fought very fiercely in that battle, but they were defeated by Luo Yan, who came suddenly. When they were teleported out, they could still hear their curses. "You damned little thief. You wait for me. Don't let me meet you again after leaving the secret realm." The battle ended too quickly, and they didn't react. They could only vaguely see a pretty little face. They were sure that there was no such person among the outer disciples in previous years. It must be an ordinary disciple. In the past few days, Luo Yan fought countless times. When he saw many people gathered, he ran away. With a blessing of shanking escape method, he was always able to escape safely in the end with the help of fog. After days of non-stop fighting, Luo Yan was covered with mud, bloodstains, and sweat, and he had no time to take care of it. The originally handsome face was forced to become a dirty boy. There were too many people coveting his black chess piece. Luo Yan felt that the number of disciples who exchanged for blue chess pieces this time was probably no less than 1,000. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the intensive battles in recent days. He would meet people carrying blue chess pieces almost every half an hour, and the fluctuations of the battle would attract other blue chess pieces. Chapter 83, Getting Rich in the Secret Realm. At first, Luo Yan took the initiative to look for blue chess pieces for hunting. Now, he no longer wanted to fight, as he had not rested for many days. His spirit and spiritual power were almost exhausted. The most dangerous time, he hid in an ancient tree to recover his spiritual power. Because he was too tired, he did not use the black chess piece to keep an eye on the surroundings at any time, and his whole body and mind were in the most relaxed state. As a result, the holders of the 7 blue chess pieces suddenly rushed out of the woods, and their spiritual power flowed, suppressing the 4 directions, almost suppressing him instantly. This was the first time that Luo Yan faced so many powerful enemies, including at least 3 outer disciples, and the other 4 were also at the 6th level of key refining. The existence of this group of people was terrifying. If the chip had not awakened him in time, facing this overwhelming attack, Luo Yan would have been knocked out of the secret realm at the moment of contact. He was not in his prime, and was beaten by these 7 people together, and he vomited blood several times. In the end, Luo Yan didn't care to hold back. The artistic conception of water was fully opened, like a dark blue glass ball, forming an airtight cover to protect the side and surroundings. Protect yourself from sneak attacks. The indiscriminate attack of the 10,000 leaves flying flower technique at the great perfection level enveloped all 7 people. The star map of the small 1,000-leaved sword formation bloomed over the entire dense forest, and the light it emitted was particularly dazzling even through the fog. The boundless sword energy was like the clanging of thousands of swords and the galloping of thousands of horses. The sound was so deafening that the entire mountain was buzzing. The starlight burst out for a long time, shattering the entire forest and leveling the mountain tops. Luo Yan took on the attacks of 7 people and shed blood many times. But he still won. Obviously, the intensity of his attack was beyond the scope of this mid-stage key refining, but these 7 people only fell into coma. Luo Yan guessed that it was because of the blue chess piece they were bound to. The moment the blue chess piece was taken away, the 7 people were instantly teleported out of the secret realm. Luo Yan didn't dare to stay here any longer and left in a hurry. He still had to find a place to heal his injuries. However, what made Luo Yan feel relieved was that after these days of fighting, he had already hunted more than 100 blue chess pieces. Adding the more than 100 blue chess pieces collected by the 7 people just now, Luo Yan now has nearly 300 blue chess pieces in his hand. It's really a wave of wealth. This is much faster than refining pills, refining tools, and planting spiritual medicine. For a moment, Luo Yan actually felt a sense of pride. The corners of his mouth were almost curved, and the corners of his eyes were almost narrowed into a slit. Now, as long as he waits for the end of the 7-day trial period, he will instantly get more than 30,000 contribution points. With such a huge number, I'm afraid he won't have to worry about the issue of contribution points until the foundation building period. What Red Cal said, only 700 contribution points, he doesn't even look at it. One word, buy. Luo Yan thought happily. As time went on, Luo Yan had more and more blue chess pieces in his hand. He found that although the fog in the misty mountains did not change, the range of his detection through the black chess pieces became larger and larger. It seems that the more blue chess pieces he collected, the wider the perception range of the black chess pieces. He had nearly 300 blue chess pieces, and he could actually sense the chess pieces dozens of miles away through that black chess piece. His mind sank, as if it was a flat 3D bird's eye view map, marking the locations of all the white and blue chess pieces around Luo Yan. With such a clear detection result, Luo Yan knew exactly who was approaching in his direction. In order to recover from his injuries, he avoided fighting for the next day. Every time someone moved towards his direction, he would escape in advance. Because his current detection range is much wider than others, it is entirely possible to plan a retreat route in advance. Finally, his injuries healed and his spiritual power returned to its peak state. Luo Yan used a cleansing technique to remove the filth on his body, and then changed into a green gown again. The handsome boy is back. Compared with before he entered the secret world, his mental outlook now is a bit more sturdy, his eyes are bright and sharp, like lightning. The whole person seems to have been reborn, no longer lazy, exuding a kind of spirit. There is also a trace of determination on his pretty face. On the 6th day, Luo Yan habitually immersed his mind into the black chess pieces to explore, but found that there were 4 black chess pieces gathered in the northwest direction. At the same time, there were also a large number of blue chess pieces mixed around. It was as if they were surrounded. Luo Yan's eyes opened in an instant, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. 4 black chess pieces? How can there be so many chess pieces gathered? Should I go and have a look? Luo Yan thought of his shanking escape method, which had a first-class escape speed, comparable to the existence of a cultivator in the late stage of key refining. There is also an invincible killer like the Zyokai sword formation. It would be a loss not to join in the fun. Can run and fight. That's 4 black chess pieces and more than a dozen blue chess pieces, all contribution points. Luo Yan didn't hesitate too much, jumped onto the tree and headed straight over there. It's already the 6th day. After the chaos in the previous few days, I believe that the disciples who are still in the secret realm should have several chess pieces on them. If he wins anyone casually, it is estimated that he will get thousands of contribution points. If he can win this wave, he will get at least tens of thousands of contribution points. If he doesn't join in the fun, it would be a big loss. It's hard not to make Luo Yan tempted. No wonder senior brother Li Siki from the law enforcement hall told him that if he missed this time, it would be impossible to get contribution points like this next time. It's only been a few days, and Luo Yan has already earned so many contribution points. It's true that the brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Dozens of miles away, 2 groups of people were confronting each other in another area. One side was the camp headed by Jun Boyu. The other side was a camp of people in fiery red Taoist robes. The leader was a man with black lines on his face. He had fair skin and looked a bit weird. He was wearing a red Taoist robe, which fluttered in the mountain wind, as if he was going to ride the wind. Beside him, there were 6 companions, all of whom were strong men from the outer sect, and each of them was extraordinary. The 2 camps with clear flags surrounded the 4 people in the middle in a tacit understanding. It was packed with people. One of them was Hao Li. He was holding a sword in front of him, and his tiger eyes were carefully staring at everyone on both sides. It seemed that he was ready to draw his sword at any time. The other 3 people were also the owners of the black chess pieces. Luo Yan had seen them all. They were the 2 men and 1 woman who had entered the sect with him at the beginning in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. However, their condition did not look very good. Their faces were pale and bloodless. They had already suffered internal injuries. Chapter 84, Strange Blood Demon. Do you really want to make things difficult for me? Do you want to steal our things? Jun Boyu's face was very ugly. The 5 people standing beside him also clenched their magic weapons, as if they were facing a great enemy, ready to fight at any time. It was their small group that first encountered these 3 black chess pieces, and they were about to take them down. But who would have thought that the peach picker came at this time? The fiery red figure called the Blood Demon, with a pair of cold eyes that bit people like a venomous snake, made people shudder. Brother Boyu, you are joking. The 4 of them are still standing there alive? How can you say that we robbed you of your things? The Blood Demon's voice was a little hoarse, and he smiled lightly, looking a little careless. Seriously speaking, except for Jun Boyu, none of the other 6 people on the opposite side could be taken seriously by him. The Blood Demon actually had a black chess piece in his hand. However, there were 7 people in the team, so it was not enough to share. At this time, Jun Boyu and others happened to be besieging 3 unfamiliar fellow disciples. The 3 people trapped by them were all black chess pieces. So Zuyao and the others looked at each other, all of them were ecstatic, and directly rescued the 3 people who were about to lose. Then they formed a confrontation with Jun Boyu and the others. If they waited until the 3 people in the field were eliminated before taking action, it would be too late. It is too difficult to spit out something that has been eaten by others. Although standing up now may be suspected of taking advantage of the situation, at least it is possible to force them to give in without taking action. As for the black boy who was blocking the 3 people in the middle, it was after they stopped fighting. He fell into the trap and got in by himself. This kind of stupid boy who took the initiative to deliver the black chess piece to the door, they were naturally happy, so they opened a hole in the encirclement and let Hali in. They are not your exclusive private property, and the chess pieces on them have not been taken by you. How can Brother Boy wrongly accuse us? You are being unreasonable. Everyone knows that I, the Blood Demon, am a reasonable person. If it were your things, I would have led my men away without saying a word. But they are not. Do you think I am right? Brother Boyu. The breath of the Blood Demon was like the sea, like a natural sacred statue. His right hands, which were like blood, seemed to have red flames burning on them, as if forever. He gently touched the fallen leaves falling from the sky, and they suddenly ignited and turned into black powder and drifted away. You dead sissy, do you still have some shame? Don't talk nonsense to me. You just saw that the 3 of them had black chess pieces, and then you had evil intentions. What are you pretending for? I think you just want to steal our spoils. Before Jun Boy could speak, Misi jumped out and cursed. There was extreme anger on his face. If it weren't for the intervention of Blood Demon and others, the 3 people inside would have been caught by them. 3 black chess pieces. 3 permanent outer disciples. He was the only formation master in the team, so he had a great chance of getting one. As a result, because of the interference of Blood Demon and others, the current situation was caused. This good thing was about to be accomplished, but someone jumped out to pick peaches, which was too disgusting. This made me see, who is always outspoken, extremely dissatisfied. If it weren't for his companions who stopped him, he would have rushed out to fight with the other party. Even if he let these black chess pieces run away, he wanted to let the other party see the power of his formation. Brother Boyu, take care of your people and make sure his mouth is not so foul. You know, for me, if I really want to deal with him, it won't take much effort. Those formations are not enough to justify his cheap mouth. This time, for Brother Boy's sake, I won't bother with him. If there is a next time, I will personally teach him how to respect his senior brother. Then tear his mouth apart. The Blood Demon narrowed his eyes slightly, a ray of cold light flashed in his eyes, and his breath surged, shocking the surrounding trees to rustle. Misi. Jun Boy glanced at Misi and motioned him to retreat. Don't talk nonsense. You know, his cultivation is very similar to that of the Blood Demon. The gap between the 2 is not big. At most, in a year and a half, he can advance to the late stage of key refining. So he knew the consequences of Misi provoking a guy who was about to reach the late stage of key refining. Letting Misi retreat is to protect him. If the Blood Demon is really irritated, Misi will be in danger. Unless he never leaves the sect. Otherwise, As long as Misi dares to go out, he will be blocked. Blood Demon naturally didn't dare to kill him. But it was entirely possible for Blood Demon to torture Misi severely and ruin his reputation with his capricious character. Tell me a plan that everyone can accept, Blood Demon. You don't want to continue to stalemate and waste time, do you? I believe there are at least 4 or 5 black chess pieces outside, waiting for us to harvest them. Or do you want to compete with me here? Although Junboy was very angry that Blood Demon took advantage of the situation, he had no other choice in the current situation. If it were me, I would do the same as Blood Demon in such a situation. There is nothing to complain about. The rarity of black chess pieces is self-evident. Compared with the permanent qualification of outer disciples, 1,000 contribution points is a trivial matter. Speaking of which, what puzzled Junboy was that it was the 6th day, and he had never seen any disciples from Shuxing Peak, Tuxing Peak, and Jinxing Peak. Except for the 2 days before, he had met them from a distance, but now he simply couldn't meet them. Logically speaking, the trial space is only 100 miles wide. How could we not encounter them? Junboy felt very strange. Was it because of something that delayed them, or did they go to a crowd? In another section of the Misty Mountains, a man with 2 swords on his back put away the 2 swords in his hands and put them back into the scabbard. He stood still. A group of people wearing Taoist robes of various colors lay around him. Among them, most of the disciples were wearing golden Taoist robes. Your swordsmanship is really amazing. We lost. The blue chess piece belongs to you. A golden figure said hesitantly while holding his breath. Leon did not answer. He put his 2 fingers together, gathered the energy with one hand, and flew out a sword energy, which completely knocked the golden figure unconscious. These people have no advantages except that they have a higher cultivation level and can gather together to bully others. In the huge outer gate, there is no one who can catch his 2 swords. I am afraid that they have never known what artistic conception is. Such a person dared to covet his black chess piece, which is undoubtedly courting death. After a moment, a petite figure poked his head out from the ancient tree behind Leon. Wow, Leon, you are awesome. There are so many blue chess pieces again. If you save more, you can exchange them for a magic flying sword. The girl's big eyes were bright, her pearly teeth were sparkling, her Taoist robe was fluttering, and her chubby face looked very lively. Leon was about to squat down and take away the blue chess pieces, but the girl opened her arms and stopped her. No. Leon's hands can only be used to dance with swords, fight against enemies, and defeat others. Leave the trivial matters of harvesting spoils to me. Besides, I love searching for spoils, you can't snatch them from me. The girl's words seemed a little playful, and there seemed to be a sparkling light in her eyes, and she looked very cute with her pouting mouth. Chapter 85, Rush to the Rescue. Let's go, Ying. Let's go to the center, there seems to be something interesting happening there. I have a feeling that Guy might be there too. Leon felt helpless about the girl's behavior, with a hint of doting in his eyes, but his face still had a cold expression. No entry. On the other side, Luo Yan, who was jumping at high speed on the ancient trees in the mountains, seemed to have sensed it and raised his head and looked into the depths of the mountains. He always felt that there seemed to be something talking about him over there. Luo Yan estimated the destination and it would take about an incense stick of time to arrive. On the other side, the negotiations between Blood Demon and Junboy were still going on. Listen, this is the attitude that a boss should have. Blood Demon grinned without even looking at me. See. He is just a guy who can only show off his power with words, and he can be slapped to death at any time. But Junboy is right, there is no point in continuing the stalemate like this. It will be bad if more people are provoked. The longer you stay, the greater the possibility of attracting others. 2 on each side. The Blood Demon thought about it and came to this conclusion. Not to mention that he already has a black chess piece. Even if he doesn't have it, he doesn't intend to push Junboy too hard. If he chooses too many, Junboy will definitely not agree. If he chooses too few, the people in his team will be unhappy. He thought the same as Junboy. Both of them are about to become late-stage key refining. For the 2 of them, a black chess piece is nothing more than 1,000 contribution points. Just harvest a few blue chess pieces in your back. The identity of an outer disciple seems less important. It is not what the Blood Demon wants to have a deep hatred with Junboy for these contribution points. Enough is enough. Junboy was silent for a long time and did not answer. He seemed to be considering this condition invisibly. There are 7 people on the other side, and there are only 6 on his side. 4 black chess pieces, divided equally by both sides. Hey, don't you take us too seriously? We are still here. Hao Li was surprised that the 2 groups were discussing how to distribute the spoils in front of him. Jun Bo and the people of Zhu Yao gathered around tacitly. Mi Si even vented his anger directly on Hao Li. Who do you think you are? You are just a wild boy who doesn't know how to respect his senior brothers. Watch me catch you. Hao Li grinned, revealing his big white teeth. He was very imposing, like an awakened ferocious beast. You are in your 20s, and your cultivation is only at the 6th level of key refining. Why are you pretending to be a senior brother? I feel ashamed for you. Apart from your age, you are useless. I've been wanting to have a fight with you for a long time, and that's exactly what I meant. His face was calm. Even though he was surrounded by such a group of powerful outer sect warriors, he still dared to challenge them. Hao Li concentrated his mind, his dark eyes were full of murderous intent, and his seemingly frail body was filled with spiritual charm, ready for a shocking battle. Don't interfere, let me teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Mi Si shouted, and stopped his companions who were about to take action. The electric light in his eyes materialized directly, and lightning was generated in the void, directly separating Hao Li from the 4 people. Watch me blow you up. Mi Si's body was covered with lightning, like a set of lightning armor, and the whole person turned into a small blue giant, using spiritual light. A giant blue palm stretched out, several feet long, and slapped Hao Li, shaking the rocks to pieces, and the ancient trees collapsed, with dazzling brilliance and amazing power. Bang! Hao Li did not dodge, but swung his long sword, rushed forward, and raised his hand to fight against it. There was no amazing spiritual power erupting from his body. He only relied on his physical body to collide with a huge blue palm. The moment the 2 fought, there was a tremendous light bursting out, and the waves swept in all directions. More ancient trees fell down, and rubble flew everywhere. Even the people watching the battle had to stay away from the center of the battlefield. A vast blue wave of air, accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning, fell in front, creating large black holes, and the rocks were crushed into powder. It was terrifying. In the end, when all the storms passed, the scene became quiet. Hao Li only stepped back a few steps, and the huge force he carried was terrifying. He fought against a full-strength attack of the 6th level key refining cultivator, and he was not at all inferior. Mi Si was furious. In front of so many fellow practitioners, his attack was easily blocked by a wild boy. This made him very embarrassed. Die? The lightning in Mi Si's eyes disappeared and turned into 2 strange runes, rushing out from his eyes, one on the left and one on the right, engraved on the palm of his hand. He is not famous for his strength. What he is best at is the formation. 5 Thunder Formation, start. With a bang, 5 blue round array plates suddenly flew out from Mi Si's palm, trapping Hao Li in the center at a very fast speed. The 5 array plates immediately formed an opaque barrier, surrounding Hao Li. Countless lightning flashes came in an instant and poured down. Every time they hit the ground, a dark hole appeared. There was still fire on it. It was too terrifying and blazing. An ordinary person trapped in it, once hit by lightning, would either die or be disabled. Hao Li was not reckless. This time he did not try to force it again. His body was light, like a fluttering butterfly, dodging gracefully. The lightning in this turtle cover was indeed terrifying. With his physical body, he did not dare to resist it. But blindly dodging was not his style. Hao Li suddenly rushed to the top of the cover, avoiding the bombardment of lightning in advance, then took a deep breath, the spiritual power in his body surged, and the long sword was swung countless times in an instant, turning into a dense rain of light. Bombarded on it. The barrier slowly began to crack, and then slowly spread and grew. Finally it broke. Puff. Mi Si spat out a mouthful of blood, with an incredible look in his eyes. The formation he had placed the highest hopes on was actually broken by brute force. I told you, you can't do it. Not only your strength, but also your formation. Even less so, you. It was the first time that Hao Li showed his strength other than his physical body, and it was so amazing. Such violent energy was unbelievable, and it was produced by a disciple who had only been in the sect for 2 years. What? In the distance, the group of outer disciples who were originally at their leisure almost popped their eyes out. Mi Si was not considered a weakling among the outer disciples, but he was defeated. Now it's my turn to fight back, watch me crush you. Hao Li grinned, and his big white teeth seemed particularly vicious at this moment. He rushed over with a long knife in hand and chopped down. Bang! Suddenly, 4 companions appeared in front of Misi, holding up a spiritual barrier and easily blocking Hao Li's attack. Enough is enough, this junior brother. Although you are extremely talented, you are still not a match for the 4 of us. If you take the initiative to hand over the black chess piece on your body, we will let you return to the sect safely. Otherwise, we will have to take action to capture you. Except for Junbo himself, who was still standing in the same place, the other 4 people in his group attacked at the same time, and the tense situation spread again in an instant. Want to use the majority to bully the minority? I, Hao Li, am not afraid of this. Hao Li bared his teeth, his aura was compelling, and the sword light was dazzling. Just when the 4 of them were about to besiege Hao Li, 4 sword energies suddenly came from a distance and repelled them. Senior Brother Jun, it is not a gentleman's behavior to use the majority to bully the minority. In the woods, 2 men and 1 woman came out together. They were Luo Yan, Luo Yan and the other 3. It will be available on the shelves this Saturday. If you have any suggestions on the rules for additional updates, I will refer to them. Chapter 86: The emergence of a small group. The appearance of Luo Yan and the other 2 shocked Junbo. He was shocked by nothing else but the densely packed blue chess pieces that were fed back after the blue chess pieces were detected. The number was simply terrifying. Junbo looked at Luo Yan with a complicated expression. Brother Luo, I originally thought that Brother Hao had surprised me enough. Unexpectedly, the one who surprised me the most was you. You are really not simple. The vast amount of blue chess pieces, probably 600 or 700. In other words, the 2 people opposite probably collected more than half of the total number of blue chess pieces in the secret world. Junbo naturally knew what this meant. His own team had only collected dozens of blue chess pieces so far. Not even a fraction of Luo Yan and his team. The main reason was that many blue chess pieces saw other blue chess pieces approaching their position and immediately slipped away. They would never meet each other and were very cautious. This made Junbo and his team very helpless. There was no way. If they chased, it would take too long. It was not worth it. Even if a weak mortal stood there and was beaten by him, he would have to punch one by one for more than 600 times. Not to mention that there were more than 600 disciples, including many outer disciples. It was as if this secret trial was prepared for the 2 of them. The rest were just for show. Senior Brother Jun, you are joking. How can Junior Brother be so powerful? The main reason is that the Taoist brother next to me is a sword expert, and Junior Brother is not interested in fighting. Luo Yan smiled gently, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Although Junbo's attitude made others feel strange, Luo Yan's innocent and simple appearance still made everyone feel that what he said was true. It seems that the guy with 2 swords on his back is a strong enemy, and we have to pay more attention to his swords. Everyone thought so. Moreover, they did not believe that a cute girl and a thin and gentle boy had such terrifying strength and could collect so many chess pieces. Only the guy with 2 swords on his back, who was extremely indifferent and exuded a seductive sword intent, was more like a strong man. It was an absolute surprise among the new disciples. The strength of Hao Li seemed to be only one-sided. If one had been using natural materials and treasures since childhood, it would be entirely possible to reach this level. And there were more than 600 blue chess pieces. No one present would not understand what this meant. In other words, at least dozens of outer disciples like them had fallen. This did not include those ordinary disciples. You should know that among ordinary disciples, there are also a large number of masters at the 5th or 6th level of key refining. Although their strength is not as terrifying as theirs, it is not far behind. A large part of the exchangers of blue chess pieces come from people like them. Only people like them have enough contribution points to exchange blue chess pieces. For those ordinary disciples who have just entered the sect, let alone 100 contribution points, even the surplus of 10 contribution points is estimated to be tight. This is why Junbo and Zhu Yao want to form their own small groups. The exchangers of blue chess pieces seem to be speculative, but in fact there are really few fools. After all, for most disciples, 100 contribution points is really not a small number. Is this Junior Brother who uses the sword from Jinxing Feng? Seeing the sword energy lingering around you, you should have comprehended the sword meaning, right? The blood demon spoke, and there was a strange fire flickering in his evil eyes, and there was a terrifying aura exuding, which was unfathomable. Hearing this, Leon glanced at him lightly and ignored him. However, he looked at Luo Yan and gave him a look, as if urging him, "Have you finished reminiscing about the past? I'm going to take action." Luo Yan returned a look of patience, asking him to wait a little longer and not to rush. Let the few people around Howley rest for a while and recover more spiritual power, otherwise they will not have the time to take care of them when the fight starts later. Judging from the current state of the three of them, as long as one of Junboi and the Blood Demon team has a bad idea, it is easy for them to be attacked successfully. Since Luo Yan and his team are planning to save the situation and want to do a favor, they must do this favor in place. Otherwise, with Luo Yan's character, he will wait until the three of them are cleared out of the secret world before taking action. Isn't it wonderful to reap the benefits of others? But on the way here, Luo Yan figured out a truth. The meaning of the black chess piece itself is not very useful to him. Even if he can go to the headquarters in advance, it doesn't mean much. With his talent, he can reach the late stage of key refining in a few years. And when Luo Yan holds nearly 300 blue chess pieces, he doesn't look down on the 1,000 contribution points. But he doesn't take these contribution points to heart. He is now full of pride. The owners of the black chess pieces are all geniuses with outstanding cultivation talents, and they are in the same class. With such a feeling in it, the reward for helping must be far greater than the 1,000 contribution points. Wealth, companions, law and land, companions are like-minded people. Even if they are enemies, as long as they can bring reflection to themselves and urge themselves to improve, they can be called companions. The world of cultivation is a long process. Helping these geniuses now will also have a sense of innocence in the future. Because no one can tell what will happen in the future, when will they need help from others. Practicing in the sect is like most of the work in the previous life. It is not that it is impossible to fight alone, but it is really too tiring to rely on one's own strength. It will be much easier if someone helps. The three people on the field are an excellent target for winning over. The talent is not bad. After all, they are all masters who have cultivated to the 3rd level of key refining within a year. Look at Yang Zhao himself. With the help of Luo Yan, his cultivation level has only reached the 3rd level of key refining a few days ago. You can know the gap between the two. He can still hold on for so long under the siege of Junboi and others, and his strength is far beyond the ordinary disciples of the same class. In Luo Yan's eyes, this is a person who is delivered to the door. As for why Leon listened to him, it was because when they met halfway, Leon proposed to fight with him. Luo Yan did not refuse, but he put the matter of their competition aside for the future. Now the most urgent thing is to find a way to get more blue chess pieces and earn more contribution points. In addition, Luo Yan also proposed that he could provide some cultivation guarantees for his childhood sweetheart Yingying, including but not limited to cultivation, escape, life-saving and other aspects. In order to show that what he said was true, Luo Yan also deliberately performed the shanking escape technique in his sword box. Under such a high speed and sword array attack, Leon was silent. Luo Yan was right. He was very strong, so strong that he was not afraid of any peers. But Yingying always stayed with him. Now it was okay in the secret world of the sect, and her life would be guaranteed. If she went to the headquarters and met elite disciples from other major sects, Yingying would be in danger once she was entangled. If Yingying could learn the escape technique from Luo Yan, she would not have to worry too much about her safety during the battle. After all, Yingying's cultivation aptitude was only average. It was also good to have Luo Yan's help. This young man of the same class as himself was no less powerful and talented than himself. His practice of formations was also better than that of ordinary people. Although he seemed to be proficient in human relations, it did not affect his sincere heart. These views, Leon, who had the sword spirit, could naturally perceive. He was a good partner. It was nothing more than a temporary right to speak. Luo Yan wanted it, so he gave it to him. Therefore, this scene happened now. Otherwise, with Leon's personality, he would not waste words with a group of people in front of him, but would directly draw his sword and chop people. In fact, Luo Yan had the idea of forming a small team, which first came from Yang Zhao's approach. Secondly, when he met Junboi and others, he found that the worldviews and values of both sides were completely different, and it was a stretch to be ordinary friends. Not to mention joining this small group. After having this idea, Luo Yan planned to take the lead and set up a small team. He didn't plan to do anything with this, just to make friends and get together regularly in his spare time. Exchange the external or internal information of each other. You can also hold a small internal trade fair to integrate resources. Just like a powerful instrument like a sword box, when you have free time, you can completely simplify it so that people who don't understand the formation can use it casually. Make it into a one-button foolproof switch. It doesn't matter if it is less powerful, as long as it can protect yourself. Sell it to a few of them and make some pocket money. With a stable source of spirit stones, there is no need to worry that some of my future research will be interrupted due to lack of spirit stones or contribution points. Among the candidates initially drawn up by Luo Yan, Yang Zhao is half a candidate, but he is not qualified now, so we can only look forward to his future performance. Hao Li can barely be counted as one, Luo Yan and his childhood sweetheart, plus the 3 people in the field. A real small group has been formed. However, all this requires the current situation to be handled perfectly. Only when the current situation is handled well, in this world of practice where strength is respected, they will acquiesce to their dominant position. Fists are always the best right to speak. Senior Brother Jun, the 4 people surrounded by you are all friends I know. Can you show mercy and spare them this time? Luo Yan smiled and spoke. His tone seemed very sincere, and there was no trace of impurities in his pure eyes. It is easy for people to have good feelings and trust, which eases the tense atmosphere at the moment. You said you would release it? Who is Jun Boyu? How dare he be our master? These are 4 black chess pieces, representing the identities of 4 outer disciples. Why don't you ask your friends to hand over the black chess pieces? Anyway, your outer disciples' identities will not disappear. It's just a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and we can still owe you a favor. A senior brother in a red Taoist robe teased. His words made the people in red Taoist robes beside him burst into laughter. It seemed that they were laughing at the naivety of this unknown junior brother. How could the duck in hand be let go? Hearing such sarcastic words, Luo Yan's smile on his face remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed more. But the 4 people on Jun Boyu's side couldn't stand it, and they all glared at him. Jun Boyu's face sank instantly. His pupils were silver, similar to Mi-Si, but more powerful, like the sun and the moon, and the whole person's aura was very terrifying. He originally thought that Mi-Si's mouth alone was ugly enough, but he didn't expect that the blood demon's people were like this. They are all birds of a feather. If the current situation was not complicated, he really wanted to take action directly and suppress the group of people. Brother Boyu, weren't you just advising me not to bother with the people around you? I believe Brother Boy would not bother with them, right? The blood demon also chuckled and said sarcastically in a hoarse voice. It's just that the number of blue chess pieces is a little too much. Who knows where they came from? It is not impossible that they were obtained through the infighting among the outer disciples, and after the true fire was ignited, they were sneak attacked. He, the blood demon, is not the kind of person who is hesitant like Jun Boyu. Then, the blood demon said to Luo Yan in a hoarse voice, friend? It's really a synonym for luxury. Whether you can save your friend or not, it won't work just by saying it. The result depends on your own ability. Chapter 87 2 Monsters. Luo Yan sighed. It seems that reasoning is not going to work. He pursed his lips at Lian, indicating that the left one is for you, and the right one is for me. Lian directly drew out his 2 swords, his golden robe fluttering, and leaped up. The whole person was like a bent willow branch, and he came to the front in an instant. He slashed forward with both swords at the same time, and the sword energy flew towards the blood demon. Then he swung the second sword at a very fast speed, and the sword light split, directly covering all 7 of them. It seems that Lian wants to fight 1 against 7. And he seems to be at ease. These are 7 outer disciples who are all at the 6th level of key refining. Luo Yan, who was on the opposite side, twitched his eyes slightly. He didn't expect Lian to be so direct. He just thought that he would take advantage of the dispute between the outer disciples, split them up, and the 2 of them would work together to deal with the blood demon group first. I believe that with a previous experience, Jun Boyu and the others would be happy to stand by and watch. Unexpectedly, Lian misunderstood his meaning. Or in Lian's eyes, the number of people is just like that. It's just a matter of 1 or 2 swords. Luo Yan originally considered that even if Jun Boyu and others helped, he would let Hao Li and the other 4 help to hold off for a while. This way he could be more relaxed. Since Lian has done this, he can't be too lazy. Otherwise, with Hao Li's personality, if he really forms a small group at that time, The chance of this kid jumping out to make trouble is too high. Not convinced by this, not afraid of that. Thinking about fighting all day long. It's a headache. Thinking of this, Luo Yan took out the sword box from the storage bag, and the spiritual power in his hand was instantly activated. The dazzling star sword formation map gathered shining light again. Seeing that the star map covered Junbo and others, Luo Yan shouted softly, "Senior brothers, please teach me." Then Luo Yan's mind moved, and more than 270 small black iron essences similar to flying swords flew out of the storage bag again. Among them, every 10 pieces of black iron essence are embedded in a hole in the sword box. There are a total of 27 holes in the sword box, which are just filled. The original Zyokai sword formation was in the form of spiritual energy to generate sword energy to fight the enemy, and its power was already considerable. Now that it suddenly has a physical body, its power is naturally greatly increased. These black iron essences were made by Luo Yan to imitate flying swords, like sword blades with sharp edges. They are not large in size, and only the simplest positioning rune is engraved inside, which cannot be compared with real flying swords. However, their advantages are sharp and hard. Having these 2 points is enough. With the blessing of the Zyokai sword formation, these specially made sword blades will not be less powerful than the top-grade magic weapons at any time. More than 90 sword blades formed a formation base, and 3 formation bases gathered together. The sword light under the star map was endless, which attracted the entire Zyokai sword formation. I saw that the sky above Junbo and his party was surrounded by countless sword blades that looked like flying swords, and they would change their positions as they moved. It was much more clever than the turtle cover that didn't know how to adapt when Misi used the formation. Junior brother Luo. The silver runes in Junbo's eyes materialized directly. From the slowly rotating star sword formation diagram, he felt a strong and fatal threat. He vaguely understood that the boy's understanding of the formation was definitely more profound than Misi's research over the years. Monster. 2 monsters. They are less than 14 years old, but their strength is so terrifying. Even the monsters of their class feel inferior to these 2. After all, there are not many geniuses who can defeat senior brothers at the 6th level of key refining. At the 4th level, but occasionally you can still meet 2 of them. Just like junior brother Haoli. Therefore, when Junbo saw junior brother Haoli defeat Misi by himself, he had a plan in his mind. I didn't expect that I still underestimated the geniuses of their class. However, it is not so easy to defeat me. The silver runes on Junbo's body jumped, and he stamped his feet suddenly, causing the earth to tremble and countless broken stones to fly. Buzz! With a slight tremor, a silver moon composed of silver lightning emerged from his palm. It did not look violent at all, but gentle and holy, and sprinkled a little light. Then, 2 silver moons appeared in Junbo's palms, and there was a slight sound of lightning. One of the silver moons covered his body in an instant, forming an excellent lightning protection layer, and the other silver moon was thrown out and flew towards the star sword formation in the sky. Clang! A metallic tremor mixed with a roar of thunder and lightning, as if the ancient thunder beast broke through the seal and came to the world again, clanging and shining. The light of the star sword formation was as white and bright as moonlight, and the lightning evolved by Junbo's control rune was silver. The 2 collided countless times in midair, shocking the other 4 people to spit blood repeatedly. In a battle of this magnitude, they could hardly even protect themselves, let alone intervene. Boom! 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 The star map drawn by the Zyokai sword formation, with those specially made sharp sword blades, kept rotating, and then madly bombarded the silver moon composed of silver lightning at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Crack! As the spiritual power output in Luo Yan's hand increased, the power of the sword light brought by the high-speed speed of the sword blade in the sword formation gradually increased. Finally, with a continuous roar, the sword light pierced the silver moon. Junbo's face changed slightly, and his figure changed into several phantoms and left the place. This sword formation is so powerful. Countless sword lights directly penetrated the 2 rounds of silver lightning, but Junbo himself dodged first. His speed was also very fast, like a stream of light, very flexible, and he dodged in an instant. Too fast. Junbo was forced to dodge. Hoo! Junbo gasped for air and used the escape technique several times in a short period of time to avoid the sword light. But what made him despair was that these sword lights seemed to have their own consciousness and would automatically track his figure. No matter how he dodged, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, The next second the sword light would follow him like a bone-eating beast. As for his other 4 companions, they were even more shaky under the attack of the star sword formation, as if they would be torn to pieces in the next moment. Junbo gritted his teeth, and the rune in his palm burst into dazzling light again. This time, the silver moon formed by lightning was larger than the previous 2 combined. The lightning inside was violent, crackling, and full of oppression. Luo Yan, who was controlling the star map, naturally discovered the changes in the sword formation. His brows were furrowed, an array of water artistic conception condensed in the sword box. Break. 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 With the blessing of Luo Yanshu's artistic conception, every time the sword blade shot out from the sword box, its sword light was no longer sharp, but became restrained, as silent as a drizzle. It fell from the sky and slashed at the 5 people in the formation. Chi. 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 Countless sword rains were surrounding Junbo and others. The sword light seemed endless, and each attack was very terrifying. In a short time, the 4 people except Junbo were blown up by the sword light and directly teleported out of the secret world. Only dozens of blue chess pieces were left in place, flashing a faint blue fluorescence. Brother Deo is so powerful. He can actually master such a terrifying sword formation. I think it is enough to compare with the attack of a cultivator in the late stage of key refining. After seeing this, Howley showed a strong desire to fight. The last blessing is the artistic conception, right? The owners of the 2 black chess pieces protected by Howley were in a much better state at this moment. One of the young men in red Taoist robes spoke. It's the artistic conception of water, right? Another young man in a brown Taoist robe said affirmatively. The blue girl standing behind them nodded. It is indeed the artistic conception of water. I can feel the sudden increase in the spiritual power factor of water attribute in the air. Before they could start chatting, a thunderous roar came from Leon's side. Damn boy, you have completely pissed me off. The spiritual power burst out from the blood demon's body, and a giant flame made of flames roared, igniting all the ancient trees around. The black smoke rushed into the sky, as if the entire mountain forest was on fire, with amazing power. The weak will always be the weak. Even if the roar of an ant is loud, it is still just an ant. The eagle flying in the blue sky will not look down at you. The gap between you and me is like a natural chasm. You, a waste who can't even comprehend the artistic conception of fire, are not worthy of being my enemy. In the burning world of fire, Leon's tone was still so cold, without the slightest fluctuation. The sword intent burst out from his body, and he blasted the blood demon out of the secret realm with one sword, leaving behind a pile of chess pieces. One of them was black. Leon casually made a move, and the chess piece flew into his hand, and then turned his eyes to the battlefield on Luo Yan's side. Hearing Leon's conversation with the blood demon, the 4 people present, including Howley, felt offended. They did not understand the artistic conception, but they could not refute it. Leon, this guy, was really powerful in sword intent. His fighting power was amazing. With the cultivation of the 4th level of key refining, he went against the current and defeated the existence of the 6th level of key refining. He fought 7 people with 1 and still had strength to spare. What a pervert. Howley and the other 4 looked at each other and couldn't help but hesitate in their hearts. As soon as the battle on Leon's side ended, Luo Yan noticed it. It seems that we have to fight to decide the outcome. Luo Yan took back the 270 sword blades in the star sword formation diagram, and the stream of light gathered around him like dazzling stars. The artistic conception of water was fully activated, rendering these sword blades. The original sword blade disappeared, leaving only a few drops of rain hanging in the air, as if they had spirits. Go. 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 All the raindrops turned into streams of light and rushed towards Junboyu. In a trance, everyone felt that a world of water was coming. Densely packed. Junboyu used all his spiritual power to transform into a huge silver moon, which was eroded by endless rain. The aftermath that spread out caused the surrounding earth to shake. Junboyu felt an amazing numbness and pain all over his body. The green Taoist robe on his body became tattered under the erosion of rain, and his hair was also disheveled. He was completely without the elegance of the past. Bang! Junboyu was still insisting. He was a man who wanted to become the eldest brother of Mu Lingfeng, and he must not fall down like this. Open it for me. Junboyu was roaring. Thunder and lightning were all around him, shaving off a layer of the ground, leaving a dark mark. The lightning was sizzling, and the energy was amazing. But there was too much rain, And if he wasn't careful, a few raindrops would pass through the silver moon and directly hit his body, bringing out bursts of blood. The endless raindrops were more terrifying than any sharp blade, and they kept cutting Junboy's body. There were more and more bloodstains on his body, densely covering the river. Finally, the torrential raindrops gathered into a huge sword light, cutting the lightning silver moon that Junboy relied on, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the tip of Junboy's nose. "You lose, Senior Brother Jun." The tip of the sword stopped in front of Junboy and did not go any further. Luo Yan was still grateful for the rules of the competition that he had told him in advance, which made him determined to strengthen his strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to harvest so many chess pieces in the secret realm. Thinking of this, Luo Yan's offensive was retracted, and the sword light turned into rain and dissipated between heaven and earth. "Another pervert," the young man in a red Taoist robe muttered. They were originally still feeling proud of themselves for being able to cultivate to the 4th level of key refining at a very fast speed and fight against the outer sect brothers of the 6th level of key refining without losing. In the blink of an eye, they first saw how Li directly knocked down a senior brother of the 6th level of key refining. Then they saw these two perverts beat several outer sect disciples of the 6th level of key refining out of the secret world in a very short time. If it were in the outside world, these outer sect disciples would probably have been killed by them directly. It's so cruel. Has it really been only 2 years since he entered the sect? The swordsmanship is amazing, and he has also comprehended the sword intent. If it weren't for his clear memory, he would still remember the scene of meeting Elder Shi together in the Hall of Supreme Harmony a year ago. They really would think this was a big joke. How could anyone be so unreasonable? The appearance of a pervert with amazing sword intent is amazing, and now there are two at once. 2 chapters with more than 7,000 words, and it's almost 8,000 words, which can barely be regarded as an explanation to fellow Taoist Hanyu. Thank you for your monthly votes. If possible, please vote for me. I will set up a group in a few days. Starting from April, you can exchange 5 monthly votes for an extra chapter of 2,000 words from me every month, with a maximum of 4,000 extra words per day. Chapter 88 News about the genius with extraordinary spiritual roots. I actually lost, Junboy muttered to himself in despair. The blood on his body had not dried yet, and his robe was torn into pieces, stained with the flowing blood, and his hair was disheveled, looking very miserable. To be honest, Junboy's strength is not weak. Even in the entire outer sect, he is enough to rank in the top 10. Unfortunately, he met Luo Yan, who had studied the 1st level top sword formation thoroughly and transformed it into portable form. If it were just about his own strength, Luo Yan would probably not be able to beat Junboy, even with the blessing of the water realm. After all, the water realm is different from the sword realm. Its advantage is not in attack. It lies in healing and tolerance. This is why Luo Yan was able to recover quickly after being surrounded and injured in many battles. Tolerance means that almost all magic can use the water realm. With the blessing of the realm, the power of the magic will be improved to a certain extent, and it also has a penetrating effect. Yingying couldn't bear it, so she ran over and handed him a bottle of healing medicine. Junboy did not answer, and his eyes no longer had the spirit of the past. Luo Yan did not say anything to comfort him. In this kind of thing, only he could get over it. In the end, Junboy staggered away. His injuries were not particularly serious. Luo Yan had controlled it specially, and most of the injuries caused by the sword were superficial. Now it was just that his spiritual power was overconsumed, and he looked miserable on the outside. In fact, he would be fine after resting for a long time and recovering his spiritual power. Long time no see, 2 Taoist brothers, and this fairy. Seeing that everyone present seemed to be brought into silence by Junboy's atmosphere, Luo Yan smiled and greeted. His smile still looked very shy, like a shy big boy. "My name is Zhang Wenguang, and this is my cousin, Zhang Wenruo." The boy in brown Taoist robe pointed to the boy in red Taoist robe next to him. "My name is Gu Yaoyu." The girl in blue Taoist robe also responded in time. Next, except for the lotus sword standing, including Yingying, they all greeted everyone briefly and got to know each other. Everyone is of the same age, so naturally they can chat with each other quickly. And they agreed to take time to get together more after going to the headquarters. "Do you know? There are a few monsters in our class. Before coming here, I heard from my elders that there is a genius with a spirit roots of special attributes. He has already improved his cultivation to the 5th level of key refining half a year ago. Now he may have reached the 6th level of key refining. Zhang Wenguang, who was wearing a brown Taoist robe, revealed a hot news, which aroused the interest of Luo Yan and Leon. 6th level of key refining in 2 years? What a terrifying talent. Everyone present was only worthy of looking at his shadow. Is he in the secret realm? Luo Yan asked curiously. If he is in the secret realm, he can go and take a look, get to know him, and maybe even win him over. In this way, the geniuses of their class are almost all there. Zhang Wenguang shook his head, as if he was sorting out the information he knew. She is different from us. There are very few disciples with outstanding talents. After their spiritual roots are detected, they will be taken by the elders of the headquarters and personally guided. After they build their foundation and have a certain ability to protect themselves, they will gradually be known to everyone. Before that, almost no news about them can be heard. These are the hidden geniuses of the sect. No one knows how many such geniuses there are. Only when there is a battle of geniuses with a big sect outside, these people will appear in the side of the sect disciples. Luo Yan nodded. So that's what happened. He said that he almost ran through half of the misty secret realm and had never met the owner of the black chess piece. Logically, the number of black chess pieces should not be too small. At that time, it was speculated that there were only a few black chess pieces given by the elders. Are there only so many geniuses in his class? At that time, Luo Yan also thought about this question, but did not think too much about it. Now it seems that, including those people in the headquarters, the number of geniuses in their class, one bright and one dark, should be more than 10 in total. The spiritual roots of several of us are almost all single or double spiritual roots, which is why we can cultivate to the 4th level of key refining in such a short time. They are more special. Almost all of them are mutant spiritual roots, either thunder spiritual roots or ice spiritual roots. The explanation given by my elders is that the spiritual energy absorbed by these different spiritual roots is more special. Except for the elders of the headquarters, the spiritual energy of different attributes cannot meet their daily needs here. This is also an important reason why they are brought by the elders. The elders of the headquarters can use their great magic power to open up a place suitable for cultivation for them. Otherwise, in terms of cultivation qualifications, everyone present is not inferior to others. Luo Yan understood at this time. Isn't this obviously a special treatment? One type is obviously free range, and the other is a special treatment. 2 lines, one bright and one dark. Maybe it represents 2 thoughts among the high-level leaders of the sect. As for the fact that only the headquarters can create a cultivation environment suitable for those with different spiritual roots, this is simply a lie to deceive people. Luo Yan didn't believe that the 5 Elements Peak couldn't open up that kind of special environment, and that the elders here couldn't create an environment suitable for their cultivation. What kind of cultivation requires the elders to be with them all the time? It is likely that they are well endowed and have connections. Including those with different spiritual roots, maybe there are. But Luo Yan absolutely doesn't believe that there are few such disciples. Just look at their current proportions. The number of black chess pieces in the entire secret world is no more than 2 hands at most. These are the cultivation geniuses who stand out from thousands of disciples. The proportion of single and double spiritual roots is already so low, not to mention different spiritual roots. I'm afraid that the elders at the headquarters have kept their juniors around to teach under the guise of different spiritual roots. Although the rules of the sect are there, as long as I don't take action, how do you know if I have different spiritual roots? After all, it was designated by the elders of the sect personally. How many people would risk offending the elders to expose it? It seems that the water surface at the headquarters is really not calm. Luo Yan sighed. I wonder what kind of monsters are hidden under the water. But now is not the time to discuss these things. After the secret trial is over, everyone will move to the headquarters, and then we can find time to talk in detail. Taking advantage of the fact that there is still 1 day left, everyone found a direction again and set off on their own. Hao Li wanted to find a stronger opponent. Only fighting is the fastest way to improve his strength. This time, he did not clamor to challenge Leon and Luo Yan. He became very silent. After witnessing the battle between the 2 of them, Hao Li knew that with his current strength, he was definitely not the opponent of these 2. He is just bellicosity, not reckless. Under the seemingly wild appearance, there is a delicate heart. Hao Li still has to continue to practice and will try his best to catch up with these 2. After saying goodbye to everyone present, he was the first to set foot on the road deep in the misty mountains. Hao Li wanted to find someone to fight continuously and continue to hone himself. He believed that one day, he would have the strength to challenge these two guys. Brother Luo, I will remember your and Brother Lian's help. After the competition is over, I will prepare some tea to show my respect. But we didn't get many blue chess pieces in this trial, so we want to take advantage of the last day to collect more. Gu Yaoai was wearing a sky blue Taoist robe, with a high nose and a slender body. She was a real beauty, and the Zhang brothers next to her kept stealing glances. They echoed from time to time. The affection in their eyes was not concealed at all, and they looked at Gu Yaoai as their superior. Does Gu Yaoai know that these two boys like her at the same time? Luo Yan looked at her with a bit of a joking attitude. He thought that she probably knew. Luo Yan would never doubt the delicacy of a girl's mind. Just from Gu Yaoai's polite words, we can judge that she is actually very precocious. If you don't say that you are comprehensive in your behavior and work, you will also have the style of a great man. The Zhang brothers' love must be clear in their hearts. However, that is their private matter and has nothing to do with me. I have achieved the purpose of helping them, and it is good to be able to repay the kindness. Then it is settled, junior sister Gu, and the two brothers Zhang. Luo Yan's face was full of smiles, like a spring breeze, which made people feel very good. In the end, only junior sister Lian and junior sister Yingying were left. Don't you think that your smile is very hypocritical? They are just a group of mediocre people who can't even keep up with you and me. Are they worth spending so much effort to treat? Lian's cold voice sounded, and her tone was full of sarcasm. He was arrogant. He was so arrogant that he looked down on any of the four people including Hao Li. In other words, any genius is so arrogant and unapproachable. Except for those who were recognized by them from the beginning, there is only one way for outsiders to get their recognition. That is to fight. Trample their arrogance under your feet. This is the only way to be recognized by them. Otherwise, they will think that every word you say is a waste of time. The eagle soaring in the sky will not listen to the hamster crying underground. Junior sister Yingying smiled awkwardly, as if to excuse Lian, and apologized to Luo Yan again and again. But she did not interrupt Lian. They have always been one. Although what Lian said was offensive, if she had to choose, she would definitely choose to stand behind Lian forever. Luo Yan's smile disappeared, he rubbed his somewhat sour cheeks, and changed his tone. It's different, many things cannot be achieved by our own strength. Just like the jade hairpin that junior sister Gu Yaoai wore on her head just now, it was very beautiful and crystal clear. Junior sister Yingying doesn't have it. But can you make it? Will you buy it for her? Luo Yan shook his head and continued to talk to himself. No, you won't. You didn't even notice that your childhood sweetheart glanced at the jade hairpin several times and the envy in his eyes flashed by, so how could you buy it? Luo Yan's words made junior sister Yingying anxious, her pretty face blushed, and she was about to deny it, but she saw him continue. Mortal peddlers, coatmen, dukes and doctors, and cultivators like us, have jointly constructed this colorful world. If any of these links is missing, the world will be incomplete. Everyone is in a different position, and his mission of existence is also different. Their strength may not be as good as you and me now, but the information they know is definitely not comparable to people like you and me who don't know the outside information. Just like the news about the strange spiritual route, if Zhang Wenguang didn't say it, I'm afraid we wouldn't know about it, right? Lian's eyes were still cold, and her expression was calm. So what? What's wrong with strange spiritual routes? What's wrong with fast cultivation speed? The sword in my hand will not show mercy. A cultivator at the 6th level of key refining can't take 2 of my swords. Hearing this, Luo Yan smacked his lips and deliberately walked around Lian twice, almost provoking him to draw his sword. You don't think that you are invincible in the key refining period just because you defeated a few useless people who are domineering among ordinary disciples, do you? Luo Yan pouted. Not to mention that almost all the geniuses of the previous years have gone to the headquarters. This is a situation where there is no tiger in the mountain, and the monkey is king. Luo Yan thought about it and decided to give a practical example. He pushed aside the bamboo outside the sword box and took out a jade with holes inside. The 27 pieces of jade were as clear as crystal, floating in the air, slowly rotating, and there seemed to be unknown streams of light lingering on them, which was very mysterious. Look carefully at the runes on the back of the jade. Have you seen them? Do you find anything different? Lian and Yingying each selected a piece of jade and held it in their hands, with doubts on their faces. Luo Yan sighed, Didn't you find that I didn't use any spiritual power, and these jades appeared out of thin air by their own power? The runes on their backs have a strange power that can automatically absorb the free alien energy in the air and then strengthen themselves. If you don't believe it, you can try to break the jade with a little force. Hearing what Brother Luo said, Yingying's eyes widened with curiosity, and her fair face was full of eagerness to try. She first exerted a little force on her hand, and then her little face flushed. But no matter how hard she tried, the jade remained indifferent. You must know that for any jade, hardness is a fatal flaw. With the power of a cultivator, it can be crushed without any effort. Now even junior sister Yingying can't do anything with it. Have you never thought about the underlying reason? I extracted these runes from a broken sword and copied them. I originally thought that these were just some simple runes such as positioning and backtracking, but I didn't expect that with the passage of time, the power of these runes would actually affect the material itself. Perhaps, limited by the jade itself, this kind of reinforcement is ultimately limited. But as long as we change our thinking, the magic weapon on the magic weapon, the two are made of similar materials, but the hardness of the latter is much higher than the former, which is not difficult to guess. Based on this, we can speculate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. Be the one who makes the rules. Luo Yan paused for a moment, and Luo Yan had an indifferent face and junior sister Yingying looked confused. Only then did he realize that these things at the knowledge level and the derived theories should not be discussed in detail. So he changed his way of speaking to make it easier to understand. The spiritual medicines and rune secrets at the headquarters should be more than one level higher than those here. Moreover, those geniuses with different spiritual roots can ask the senior elders to instruct them in their practice and explain their doubts at any time. Do you think you can figure it out faster by yourself? Or are those who always accept the guidance of the elders stronger? Seeing that Lian was still indifferent, Luo Yan directly provoked her. You all know the rules of the sect, and private fighting is prohibited. What if that person deliberately provokes you? Will you fight back? For example, what if that person deliberately bullies junior sister Yingying? Don't think it's impossible. Junior sister Yingying lives in an ordinary disciple courtyard at the foot of the mountain. She should be very clear about the hatred and entanglement between ordinary disciples. Fighting and being bullied are commonplace. In such a situation, can you bear it? Can your sword bear to see junior sister Yingying being wronged, and worry that you will be caught and punished by the law enforcement hall after you take action? Every word of Luo Yan hit Lian like a knife. He could no longer restrain his sword intent and it suddenly burst out. The fallen ancient trees around him were all filled with a rustling sword energy. It was like the calm before the storm. And suppose you couldn't bear it anymore and fought with that man. The uncle of the law enforcement hall was the elder who brought up that man. What do you think they would judge? Would they protect you? Or do you think you could challenge the entire law enforcement hall with just the sword in your hand? If you did that, the ending would most likely be a sad one, and junior sister Yingying would also end up in misery. Luo Yan sighed again, and a blue light flashed on his body. A breeze blew around, sweeping away the terrifying sword intent. Leaves fell. Did you notice that almost all the outer disciples you met were in groups? Take Junbo and Zhu Yao just now, for example. Their strength is at least half that of their companions. Why do you think they still want to be with others? Like you and me, isn't it good to hunt chess pieces alone? Why do you think they rely on the strength of their companions? You will subconsciously think that it is bullying the minority with the majority, but have you really seen it? Many times, we can choose not to swing the sword at others, but when necessary, iron-blooded means are indispensable. If we can win over all the geniuses of our class, even if you want to fight with the people of the law enforcement hall, we all support you, and they dare not do anything to you. At most, they will find a way to send you out of the sect and think of another trick. Otherwise, with so many of us, as long as we are strong enough, it doesn't matter if we directly overturn his law enforcement hall. In the eyes of the top leaders, the process is never important. What they want is the result. This is the difference between group and individual power. Luo Yan's words were like sharp knives that stabbed deeply into Lian's chest again. This was inconsistent with his previous swordsmanship and worldview. We can't just stick to the rules. We have to be the ones who make the rules. Luo Yan spoke again. Upon hearing this, junior sister Yingying jumped up. Wow, you look so awesome. Leon, let's join us. Leon glanced at the pretty girl beside her, with a hint of tenderness in her cold eyes, and was silent for a while. What do you want me to do? Luo Yan smiled and was in high spirits. No, I don't need you to change anything, including your personality. Just be yourself. If you want to draw your sword, draw your sword. If you want to leave the sect, leave the sect. As long as you have free time every time you get together, just come and listen for a while. In our group, we need a sharp blade for external use. It must be bloody and very powerful to suppress all ghosts. Over time, they will go from being afraid of you at first to getting used to your existence. Leon was puzzled, but with his temperament, he would not make the decision to break the casserole and ask the truth. Small group? It seems to be interesting. Although, he didn't listen to most of what Luo Yan said. Or rather, he didn't really understand. But it didn't stop him from listening to that sentence clearly. As long as our group is here, what's wrong with picking the law enforcement hall? He was not interested in anything else. Leon was only interested in two things. One was Yingying's safety, and the other was a strong opponent. He didn't care about anything else. There was a long silence. Leon said something that interested Luo Yan. On the third day, Yingying and I met a man, a very strange man. He covered himself in darkness. I wanted to chase him and get a black chess piece for Yingying, but unfortunately he ran away in the end. He should be one of the targets you want to find. Luo Yan became interested. There was actually someone who could escape Leon's pursuit. It seemed that this person was not simple. Finally, Leon and Yingying also said goodbye to him. Before leaving, Leon said, I am not interested in the small group you mentioned. Dragons do not live with snakes. Whether they are qualified to stand beside you and me, I will slowly see. Before that, I only believe in the sword in my hand. And don't forget what you promised me. Luo Yan scratched his head, with a bit of confusion on his face. Seeing Leon preparing to draw the sword again, he immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, when we get to the headquarters, you can come to me together. I will pick a set of more elegant body movements for junior sister Yingying. Leon's footsteps paused, and the competition you promised me. After saying this, the two of them disappeared in the mist. Luo Yan curled his lips, looking helpless. Why are you the same as that Hali, both fighting crazy? Junior sister Yingying is sensible and knows to say hello to me when we part, unlike that cold guy who can't even say a few words. Luo Yan was lingering maliciously in his heart. He looked at the people who had just left, and thought about the relationship between the Zhang brothers and Gu Yaoyu, and the relationship between Leon and junior sister Yingying. He thought about a very serious question. Have these people known how to please girls so early? It's amazing. Luo Yan set out on the road again. This time he didn't rush. There was less than a day left, and he had more than 300 blue chess pieces on him. It didn't make much sense to continue hunting. And the chess pieces that survived until now have almost become smart. They don't even meet the black chess pieces. In their eyes, the black chess pieces must have been taken down by other outer disciples. If they take the initiative to stick to them, wouldn't that be a trap? So, until now, whether it's the white chess pieces or the blue chess pieces in the secret world, they are avoiding disputes with others. After 6 consecutive days of fighting, those who like to fight are tired. Those who don't like to fight have long been like frightened birds and run faster. They will slip away at the slightest sign of trouble. After all, those who take the initiative to fight like Hao Li are only a minority. Luo Yan finally had some free time to look up the chip prompts. The blue grid lines in his eyes flashed more and more frequently. Combat data loading completed. Combat data being generated. Data comparison begins. In the past 147 hours, a total of 89 battles have been fought, defeating 196 ordinary disciples and 27 outer disciples. The shortest battle duration is 17 seconds, and the longest battle duration is 1 hour and 16 minutes. Analysis results: the frequency of the subject using the small thousand-leaf sword formation in each battle is 93%, and the probability of using the water realm is 36%. Analysis reasons and suggestions: the subject lacks powerful magic, and the spiritual power in the body is relatively poor. It is recommended to increase the total amount of spiritual power in the body and the knowledge of runes. Analysis case: Misi, Junboyu, Blood Demon and other life forms use rune techniques to control lightning and fire, rather than their own comprehension. Luo Yan nodded slightly. He had expected such an analysis result. From the first time he saw Junbo and Mi and others, he felt something was wrong. It seemed that these two people were not practicing magic. Instead, it is more like a rune. By communicating with runes, he can achieve the purpose of assisting himself in fighting. Just like the final flame and lightning transformation of the blood demon and Junboyu, these two methods are not something that can be done by magic. There is also the problem of the total amount of his own spiritual power. It is not that he likes to use powerful sword boxes all the time, but the consumption of magic is really too great. With such a high frequency of battles, he can only use the sword formation to quickly solve it. Although the consumption of the sword formation is almost the same as that of powerful magic, it is more aggressive. It is more suitable for use in such high-intensity battles. Suddenly, Luo Yan envied Lian's fighting style. Without a word, he rushed up and solved the battle with two swords. However, it is a relatively difficult thing to understand the sword meaning in the short term. Don't you see that there are so many people practicing swords in the sect? How many of them have comprehended the sword meaning before the late stage of key refining? People like Lian are rare after all. Compared with the incomprehensible things like artistic conception, Luo Yan prefers things that can be traced. Just like runes. 0. Have you recorded the runes they used just now? Luo Yan's eyes flashed with anticipation. If the chip can record the runes used by Junbo and others, then wouldn't he be able to use fire and lightning runes in the future? Unfortunately, the chip's blunt answer broke his fantasy. After comparison, those two runes do not belong to any of the auxiliary runes, and the triggering conditions are more complicated. It is expected that after 3 more fights with them, the complete rune mimicry changes can be copied. Now the completion of the lightning rune is 35%, and the completion of the fire rune is 17%. Although 0 did not give the answer Luo Yan wanted, from the chip's answer, he could still conclude that as long as he kept fighting and fought with a person for a long enough time, he could copy the runes used by the other party. If this point is used well, it may play a big role in the future. From this point, it can also be seen that it is not only Luo Yan himself who is getting stronger. The chip is also constantly enriching the database, and its data analysis ability, data calculation ability, and model thinking ability are also gradually increasing. From a side point of view, the chip also understands the practice method of this world. It has become more flexible and appropriate. From Brother Li Siki of the Law Enforcement Hall to Junbo and his group, Luo Yan guessed that runes will be one of the main methods of the next stage of cultivation. What are the specific differences between directly casting spells and casting spells with the power of runes? If the runes of the cultivators can be reproduced, are the innate magical powers of those monsters also operating in a certain regular form? Can they also be reproduced? Thinking of this, Luo Yan had a clear direction for the next step of cultivation. 0. Open my personal database. 1. Establish a rune analysis task to analyze the specific meaning of each rune and the necessary connection with other runes. 2. Establish whether the innate magical powers of monsters can be reproduced, and the estimated implementation time. After mastering the law of rune changes, do advance in in-depth research. 3. Establish the specific conditions for comprehending the artistic conception. After having these heavy tasks to guide him, Luo Yan breathed a sigh of relief. These are all problems that confuse him at present, but he cannot continue to study them because of the lack of data templates. Each of the above questions is very important, and can determine how far he can go on this path of in-depth research in the future. If everything goes well, Luo Yan can even use these data to reversely deduce the specific rules of rune evolution, the embodiment of the innate magical powers of monsters, and reach the realm of magic. At that time, all the legendary magical powers such as drawing a prison on the ground, the body-fixing technique, and the world within a stone's throw will be no problem. Maybe the realm recorded in the books, where one method is mastered, all methods are mastered, can really be achieved by him. In fact, his shortcomings are also very obvious. That is, his body has not been tempered and cannot reach the level of waiting power. If he is suddenly approached by the enemy in battle, it will be dangerous. And the Kingguo sword he bought a long time ago has been in the storage bag for a long time, and he has never taken it out to use it. It took more than 1,000 contribution points to exchange for the top-grade magic weapon, but it has never been used once in battle. A complete waste of resources. Mainly because after comparing the magic, Luo Yan found that close-range skills really don't seem to be suitable for him. Since the contribution points in his pocket were always enough, he kept the Kingwang sword. However, the tempering of the physical body should be put on the agenda after going to the headquarters. After seeing Hao Li's physical combat ability, Luo Yan was envious. Even if he could not have Hao Li's physical combat ability at that time, as long as he could have half of it, Luo Yan would be satisfied. As long as the tempering of the physical body can keep up, it will be much safer to practice close combat skills. Jun did not see the blood demon group let Lian get close to them, and they were all killed in an instant with one sword. Before Luo Yan's physical body is fully developed, or when he has no choice, he will not be stupid enough to run to close combat with others. If he loses the fight, he can't run away. However, although the practice of close combat skills can be postponed, the tempering of the physical body must be put on the agenda. Luo Yan compared it with Lian's close combat speed. He was not afraid of Lian beyond 100 meters. Within 100 meters, he had to give up the idea of resistance and could only run non-stop. Lian's close-range speed is too terrifying, comparable to his constant use of shanking escape technique. If he doesn't run, any resistance will be like paper under his invincible sword intent. It seems that I have to learn more from Lian in the future and understand some of the attack characteristics of sword cultivators. This way, I can avoid the tragic situation of Zhu Yao and others when I encounter sword cultivators in the future. Luo Yan thought. Chapter 90 is about to be put on the shelves. Let me write a few words of thanks for putting it on the shelves. First of all, I would like to thank Penglei for signing a small author like me. I wish Penglei all his wishes come true and he will be rich tomorrow when he wakes up. I have to complain that the Xiangxia track is too competitive. Among the books of the same period, only 2 or 3 out of 10 survived, and the rest all went to the palace. It is really too difficult for Xiangxia to stand out! Exclamation mark. I know that many of the mainstream Xiuxin novels now are about longevity, marrying a wife, and living a life of poverty. I can also write in that way, but I am limited to that subject matter. It is better to go back to the traffic of Kaitongren, which is more comfortable. It is noted in the introduction that my setting is not the crisis-ridden life of the. There are many people who read books. Everyone has a different worldview and naturally has a variety of tastes. Some people like it, and naturally there are people who find fault with it. I can't satisfy everyone's ideas, and I don't know how to argue with others. When writing a book, I often encounter doubts, poor performance, being sprayed, etc. I will choose to bear it silently. After all, if you embark on the path of writing a book, you have to accept the review of readers. All I can do is to try to portray this character in my pen more fully. You read quietly and I will write slowly. Let's encourage each other. Rules for adding more chapters, according to the subscription ratio of 10:1, for every 100 subscriptions, 1 more chapter, 2,000 words, will be added for every 100 subscriptions exceeding this base number. For every leader and above, 1 more chapter will be added. For every 300 monthly tickets in the month, 1 more chapter will be added. For every 5 monthly tickets in the month, 1 more chapter will be added. In summary, it is calculated according to the daily update guarantee. I will seize the time to write and come up with the extra chapters. Finally, I created a group number 6264-92507. If you are interested, please add it. If you have enough votes in the month, you can add me in the group to redeem chapters. P.S. You need a monthly ticket or a screenshot of the first order to join the group. There is also a small Easter egg at the end. I wish you all your wishes come true. Chapter 91, Secret Realm Observations. The 7th day of the Secret Realm trial. There is still half a day left before the outer sect competition ends. With half a day left, some of the white chess pieces went completely crazy. Because they found that now, if they defeated a fellow disciple casually, they would get several chess pieces. So the white chess pieces attacked each other more frequently, and the winner would get at least 70 or 80 contribution points, which was more than the contribution points of the tasks completed throughout the year. It didn't matter if they lost, because they had already collected enough spiritual medicines, so they would not lose anything. If they took a gamble now, their contribution points might even double. There were many people who thought this way. Luo Yan originally only planned to collect those uncommon spiritual medicines in the Misty Mountains, preparing to use them for the diversity of the spiritual medicine garden in the future. What he didn't expect was that the battle in the secret realm was even more tragic near the end. He encountered batches of ordinary disciples and experienced dozens or hundreds of attacks, but he easily suppressed them all. Luo Yan felt that the closer it was to the end, the more careful the owners of the blue chess pieces became. On the contrary, many owners of the white chess pieces went completely crazy. Burying himself in the soil, hiding in trees, disguising himself as a stone, and using spiritual medicine to fish for law enforcement. Only Luo Yan could not think of it. There was no strange attack that he could not encounter. The most impressive one was when he saw a 3-leaf spiritual medicine growing in a piece of mud. The fragrant medicine and the bright spiritual charm could be felt from a few meters away. Luo Yan approached and was about to pick it, but he found that there were waves of gravity coming from the mud, as if to suck him in. At the same time, a pair of hands covered with mud stretched out from his feet, ready to grab his feet and pull him down. Very scary. If it were not for the fact that he had never let down his guard after many pursuits, if it were an ordinary disciple, he would probably have suffered from this man in such a place where his spiritual consciousness could not be used. Afterwards, Luo Yan realized that this man had hidden his white chess piece at the top of the tree, and the chess pieces that he had obtained by sneak attack were also hidden in batches. Although the disciples who have blue and black chess pieces have the function of exploration, they rarely run to the top of a tree 100 meters high. Moreover, white chess pieces are only a contribution point for them, so they will not care even if they explore it. Even for ordinary disciples who exchanged blue chess pieces, the number of blue chess pieces left has dropped sharply after Luo Yan and Lian's large-scale hunting. In addition, there are other outer disciples who are also hunting. Their number has dropped sharply. Therefore, the owners of this type of blue chess pieces are the most cautious. Based on the above circumstances, there is such a strange person who uses spiritual medicine as bait to fish. Luo Yan looked at the stinking mud on his body, and his pretty little face couldn't help but twisted. This guy really has the heart to do it to him. He doesn't feel dirty at all. He can hide in the mud for so long with just a hand of earth magic. How cruel. Luo Yan bound him with divine magic, and then used the spiritual rain magic to wash him through. After all the mud was washed away, a young but quite smart face was revealed. This was a young man of about the same age as him. He was at the second level of key refining, and his face was still embarrassed. Obviously, the young man also knew that he had kicked the iron plate. The green Taoist robe showed that he was a genuine outer sect disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been caught without any chance to fight back. Thinking of this, a trace of discouragement appeared on the young man's face. Sure enough, Luo Yan, who often stayed by the river, would get his shoes wet. Seeing that the 3-leaf spiritual medicine was very precious, he stood up and packed the spiritual medicine, and then asked the wet young man a question: "How many did you get?" The young man whispered, "2. Luo Yan glared and said with a sullen face, "It's useless for me to take your white chess pieces. Tell me the truth." 5. The young man's embarrassed tone sounded again. Luo Yan looked at this guy's erratic eyes and knew that he must be fooling him. This time Luo Yan was too lazy to ask again. He directly immersed his mind in the black chess pieces and sensed the number of white chess pieces around him. There were about 30 of them. There are only 5. I detected that the number of white chess pieces around is far more than this number. Could it be that someone else put them here? Look, I will find them all for him. The boy's face turned pale and he responded repeatedly, but his voice became smaller and smaller. Brother, there should be more than 10. I can't remember clearly. Luo Yan saw that this guy's eyes never dared to look at him, and he immediately understood that this boy didn't tell the truth. But he didn't care. Luo Yan recalled the terrain of the call. There were wet woodlands on both sides, and only a dry rock cave in the middle. This guy set the trap at the place where the rock cave must be passed. After all, the disciples of the sect are not to say that they are spoiled, but they have been in a humid environment for such a long time, and there are snakes, rats, insects and ants everywhere. It is inevitable that they will feel disgusted. There is a dry cave in the mountain where we can stay, which is perfect. To be able to find a trap in such a remote place, it must have been chosen after scouting the place in advance. This kid is really a talent. Luo Yan sighed again. He didn't argue with this guy about the ownership of a few chess pieces. He thought about it, took out a jade card from the storage bag, and a simple word Luo was engraved on it with his mind. It was marked with his own special mark. There was a trace of his breath on it. Luo Yan threw the jade token to the boy. Your ground trap technique is okay, but it's not right to come out and catch people yourself. Go to the Sutra Pavilion and spend 10 contribution points to exchange for a wood-based vine technique. You hide somewhere else and use this combination of techniques when you encounter a target walking into a trap. Basically, you can gain something. If the target breaks free from the trap, run away immediately. Remember, your own safety is always more important than any target. Practice hard, and when you arrive at the headquarters in the future, you can come to me with this jade token. The boy stared blankly at the departing green figure, holding the jade token tightly in his hand, with doubts in his eyes. What a strange scene, your brother. He attacked him himself, but he was not angry, and he patiently taught me. This was just an episode that Luo Yan encountered in the secret world. He just felt that this boy was not only smart, but also very patient. He hid in the mud for so long, and he was not afraid of suffocation. He set traps, got bait, and waited for the fish to take the bait. After such a series of tricks, those disciples who fell into his hands were not wronged. Luo Yan was optimistic about this guy's future. Maybe he could bring a good candidate for the small group he formed. Next, Luo Yan continued to rush to the misty mountains in the north, and along the way, he beat all those who dared to take the initiative to attack him out of the secret world. After Luo Yan's uninterrupted journey, he came to the misty mountains in the north. He immersed his mind in the black chess piece again, and his spiritual sense was fully opened. Finally, among the dense white chess pieces and a small number of blue chess pieces, he saw the black. Found you. Luo Yan's eyes lit up, and he didn't care about saving spiritual power. The whole person turned into a green light and rushed towards the location of the black chess piece. When his figure got closer and closer, he was finally discovered by the owner of the black chess piece. Damn it, why is there another person coming in the direction of Xiaodao? This black chess piece is like a bright light in the darkness, attracting everyone. Xiaodao has run so many kilometers in the past 7 days and used so many talismans to find such a hiding place. I feel so sorry for Xiaodao. The owner of this black chess piece is a fat Taoist who looks like he is covered in jewels and gems. From head to toe, his magic tools are full of spiritual charm. It can be said to be extremely strictly protected. It is worth a lot of money at first glance. He is not very old, and the cunning color in his eyes keeps flashing, a bit like a smaller version of Senior Brother Su of the General Affairs Hall. However, he is not as lazy and mercenary as Senior Brother Su, and has a little more slickness. Damn guy, why don't you come earlier or later, but come at this time to delay the good things of the Taoist master. If you scare away the Taoist master's opportunity, the Taoist master will fight to use up all the talismans to beat you out of the secret realm. Can't wait any longer, everything will be over when the guy behind catches up. Thinking of this, the fat Taoist priest's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. His chubby little hand took out a light yellow talisman from the storage bag and used it with a puff. The whole person's figure gradually faded, as if transparent, and all the breath disappeared in an instant. A shrew came out from the cliff next to him and bumped into the fat Taoist priest. It was confused. There was nothing in front of it, so why couldn't it get through? After a while, it could get through again. The shrew's brain capacity made it unable to think too much, and it climbed up along the cliff. At this moment, the fat Taoist priest was tightly attached to a cliff. Although he looked bloated, his movements were very light, and he turned around on the cliff like a fallen leaf without making any sound. He used a silver talisman again, and the pain on his face became more intense. In an instant, a bright light flashed in his pupils. It seemed that he could see the bottom of the valley directly through the fog. The fat Taoist priest's narrow eyes stared at the deep depression at the bottom of the valley. There were spiritual medicines everywhere, as if it was a spiritual medicine garden. At this moment, two figures, one big and one small, were staring at each other. This place is located in a narrow valley, very remote. The shape of the surface is similar to a bottleneck that is tight at the top and wide at the bottom. If ordinary people don't pay attention to distinguish, they really can't find this place. The outer mountains are full of ancient trees, lush and white clouds cover all traces. It makes the probability of finding this valley mouth extremely low. The fat Taoist priest also accidentally discovered this place when he was escaping from the pursuit of a killer. If it weren't for the bright sword light that swept away the surrounding fog in a short time, he really wouldn't have found this place. After escaping the pursuit of the killer, the fat Taoist priest immediately turned back. Chapter 92. The fat Taoist priest with white jade doll stared at the thin figure among them, his saliva almost flowing out of his mouth. The movements on the cliff became lighter, like a leopard hunting, approaching its prey little by little, and muttering silently, "Closer, closer." The fat Taoist suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to approach without leaving a trace. At this time, the thin figure not far away who was stared at by him seemed to be unaware. It was a half-grown white jade doll, with an amazing spiritual charm, a naive appearance, and very lovable. Just like a 2 or 3-year-old child, very cute. His feet gently tapped on a spiritual medicine, rippling with his spiritual leaves. If you smell it carefully, he still has a strong medicinal fragrance. However, this is a small spiritual medicine garden, and it is normal to have the smell of spiritual medicine. At this moment, the white jade doll was standing on a spiritual medicine and shouted loudly, "You young man, you are so brave, you dare to steal my precious medicine. If you don't leave quickly, otherwise this immortal will not be polite." The mouth of the white jade doll was bulging and a little red, as if it was angry. The one standing opposite him, staring at him, was Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao ignored the little guy at this moment, and curled his lips. Whose child ran in? Aren't all the disciples in the temple over 12 years old? If you are a disciple of the sect, how can you be so short? Is it because of your poor family when you were a child, which led to malnutrition? Yang Zhao moved closer, stood in front of the white jade doll, and compared with his hands. It was probably only about the root of his thigh. If the little guy's feet were not suspended in the air, stepping on a piece of spiritual medicine leaves, his actual height would be even shorter. You can't take all these spiritual medicines for yourself. At least give me half. Yang Zhao pointed to the spiritual medicine garden behind the white jade doll. The rosy clouds in it were flowing, and the spiritual energy was about to overflow. It was very gorgeous and there were bursts of fragrance. Although he didn't know whose little brat this was, and how he got into the secret world, since he had come across this spiritual medicine garden, he naturally had the right to share half. The little brat actually wanted to take it all for himself. No way. The white jade baby's cheeks were bulging, his eyes were wide open, and he opened his chubby little hands to stop him. No. All the spiritual medicines here are mine. Yang Zhao looked at the little guy who was blocking him, with an innocent look on his face, and felt helpless. If it were an ordinary disciple, he would have robbed him long ago. However, Yang Zhao did not attack the little guy, but continued to persuade him kindly. He hoped to convince this stubborn child. He could not do such a thing as bullying a child. At this moment, a black shadow whistled, as fast as lightning, and came from the edge of the cliff in an instant, shaking the spiritual medicines around. The fat Taoist priest's figure finally solidified, and the talisman in his hand flashed, turning into a large silver net, covering the direction of the white jade baby. Ah! The white jade baby screamed, and was so scared that he was about to burrow into the soil. The fat Taoist priest threw out a stack of talismans again, and the yellow fluorescence instantly covered the ground, making the soil under his feet as solid as iron and stone. Seeing that the earth escape technique could not be performed, the white jade doll covered the big net on his head again, and immediately turned into a wisp of essence and drilled out of the silver net, floating in the air. He also stuck out his tongue at the fat Taoist priest. "You want to catch me? No way. Where did you come from, you fat man? You are so fat, do you often steal spiritual medicine? My grandfather said that when you are young, you can't steal too many spiritual medicines, otherwise you will become a fat man like you. And this immortal has no grudges against you. Why do you want to attack me as soon as we meet? Quickly report your name and kowtow to this immortal to admit your mistake, otherwise this immortal will not be polite." The white jade doll patted his small chest. The black shadow just rushed to him in an instant, which scared him a lot. I thought he was a powerful person. I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. Can't even catch his own shadow. Seeing the white jade doll with a righteous look on his face, Yang Zhao, who was standing aside and watching a good show, was a little stunned. Is this little doll so powerful? In the situation just now, if it were him, he would definitely be caught instantly. This little guy Chi turned into a cloud of smoke and ran out. Unpredictable. It feels better than Brother Luo's body movement. Huh? Why can't I catch it? It shouldn't be. The fat Taoist priest was puzzled. However, his hands were not slow. He took out a stack of talismans of different colors from the storage bag and threw them out. Then countless large nets fell from the sky, and then there was an oppressive breath that covered the sky and the earth. It was as if the world was imprisoned. Unfortunately, this white jade doll just opened his mouth and spit, accompanied by a glowing spirit, and his figure instantly disappeared from sight. After the duration of the talisman was over, he turned from green spirit into person again. After many attempts, the fat Taoist priest used a lot of talismans, But he didn't even touch a hair of the white jade doll. Unwilling to give up, he gritted his teeth and took off his outer Taoist robe, revealing a golden jacket that exuded a terrifying aura. The runes on it were densely covered, black light flashed, and mysterious ripples surged in a trance. Swept by this wave of ripples, Yang Zhao felt dizzy, as if he had drunk fake wine, and the whole person was staggering and confused. His eyes were blurred. In mid-air, the white jade doll was swept by the strange invisible ripple, and its footsteps were also timid in the void. Seeing this, the chubby Taoist priest finally showed a carefree smile on his chubby face. It's not easy. In order to catch a little thing like you, I wasted so many talismans. I also used the self-defense magic weapon given to me by my ancestor. You know, if it weren't for the killer embryo with 2 swords, who chopped me with sword after sword, the sword intent penetrated the magic weapon, making me feel an evil-like feeling. I am not afraid of him at all. But it's all worth it. Transformation elixir. Great opportunity, a great opportunity for me. The chubby Taoist priest's eyes were red, and his mouth was drooling. His chubby little hand couldn't wait to grab it. Pop, pop. I saw his fat hand directly pass through the white jade doll. Try again, and pass through the body again. It was as if the white jade doll in front of him had no entity and didn't exist at all. The chubby Taoist priest was stunned. Somewhat confused, how could he not catch it? You know, this is a treasure that the ancestor of the family made for him personally. As long as you are swept by that red light, there is no one who will not be hit. How come it becomes ineffective when it comes to this little thing? How can the shape-changing spiritual medicine be without a physical body and cannot be caught? The little fat Taoist's eyes were wide open, puzzled. You are still far away from catching this immortal. The white jade doll stood up suddenly, no longer in the hangover posture just now, and his emerald eyes were full of cunning. Since you took the initiative to attack this immortal has the right to punish you. Ha! The white jade doll's face flushed, and he opened his mouth and spit out a dark green essence, accompanied by a strong fragrance. After smelling this essence, all the leaves of the surrounding spiritual medicines began to shake wildly, and grew half a meter taller out of thin air. And bloomed with camouflage-like clouds, rolling light mist, and brilliant clouds, turning into colorful chains and rushing towards the little fat Taoist. The fat Taoist priest secretly cried out that it was not good. He was about to escape, but found that his body could not move, as if his spiritual power was imprisoned. He could only watch the colorful chain tying him. At this moment, the golden jacket on his body clanged, the runes spread, and black light rushed out quickly, protecting the fat Taoist priest's side, forming a black light film. The spiritual boots on his feet automatically charged with spirit, and with a flash of fluorescence, he escaped to the other side of the cliff in an instant. Before he could continue to escape, a sound of breaking air came from the void. The colorful chain directly shuttled through the void and pierced the black light, protecting the fat Taoist priest, and tied him up tightly. The colorful chain contracted, and in the blink of an eye, the fat Taoist priest was pulled back. It's not fair, you are cheating. I don't accept it. You are bullying the weak. The fat Taoist priest shouted. The colorful chain can shuttle through the void. In his entire family, I am afraid that only the ancestor can do it. How could he run away from someone of the same level as the ancestor of the family? How could he possibly run away? The white jade doll didn't care about that. With his hands behind his back, he stepped on the sharp tips of the spiritual medicine and came to the side of the fat Taoist priest. His little eyes full of spiritual energy looked around, as if he was looking for something valuable. Suddenly, the white jade doll's eyes lit up and stared at the golden jacket worn by the fat Taoist priest. Damn little thing, don't take it. That is the protective treasure that the ancestor of the family specially refined for the little Taoist priest. Damn it. The fat Taoist priest shouted and cursed at the top of his lungs. The howling sound was a bit harsh. Perhaps because he felt that his shouting was too unpleasant, the white jade doll pointed with his little hand, and suddenly there were endless fallen leaves piled up into a ball, and then stuffed the fat Taoist priest's mouth. After doing this, the white jade doll clapped his hands, as if circling his own territory, and looked around, and then pretended to walk towards the fat Taoist priest. He stripped off the golden jacket that the fat Taoist priest was wearing. A fat body that kept humming was left there, like a wriggling fat worm. It was wide and very eye-catching. The white jade doll put on the golden jacket, and his small figure actually had a kind of majesty and looked very proud. Standing in the clouds, the light was shining, and he had the demeanor of a golden-armored general. His watery eyes were half closed, as if he was very satisfied with this magic weapon. So handsome. Yang Zhao, who was standing aside, also murmured subconsciously. As a result, the white jade doll became more satisfied, and even his little chin, as white as a scallion, was raised. He deliberately wore this golden jacket and turned around the fat body on the ground twice. He was very proud. For the sake of this treasure, I will spare you this time. The white jade doll waved his hand, and then a white light flashed, and a dark crack appeared in the void, emitting bursts of man-eating breath. He threw the fat Taoist priest who kept cursing into it, and he disappeared in an instant. Chapter 93, Transformation Elixir. You won't kill him, will you? Yang Zhao seemed to be stuttering when he spoke. He looked at the white jade doll's smooth little face like porcelain jade, as if he was looking at a little devil. Nonsense. This immortal just expelled him from this secret world. The white jade doll was furious and immediately jumped out to refute. Looking at this stupid guy, he was a little embarrassed. He Shaoiner is a good demon. How could he kill people? He has no sense at all. Now it's your turn. This immortal says that all these spiritual medicines behind are mine. Do you have any objections? Yang Zhao hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. No objection, no objection. I am not interested in these spiritual medicines. Suddenly, the white jade doll's little face was clenched, as if it sensed something, and its eyes glanced at the top of the cliff. A green rainbow came at a very fast speed. Brother Luo, why are you here? Yang Zhao was very happy to see Luo Yan's figure, and hurriedly greeted him. Luo Yan nodded, looked around casually, and frowned slightly. Where's the black chess piece? I should be right. How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? Luo Yan looked confused. He clearly sensed that there was a black chess piece here. Why did the black chess piece disappear after people arrived here? Did you see anyone else in this valley? Yang Zhao was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that senior brother Luo was referring to the fat boy. He was thrown out of the secret world by this kid. Following Yang Zhao's finger, Luo Yan saw a white kid wearing a golden jacket, with some skin exposed, which was particularly white. It looked like he really wanted to take a bite. It gave people a salivating feeling. Hey, you kid, what's the look in your eyes? Do you have bad intentions? Do you believe that this immortal will take out the treasures from your body and then blast you out of the secret world? The white jade kid was very alert to Luo Yan's eyes. He felt that this kind of look was a conspiracy. With a pure heart, he could easily feel the heart of others, whether they had any ill will towards him. Luo Yan just thought of something to eat, and he was immediately noticed by him. Very alert. Hearing the slightly threatening words of Bai Yuhua, Luo Yan reacted and realized that he was just abrupt. Seeing Luo Yan retracting that malicious look, Bai Yuhua raised his white fat jaw again. It seemed to be a silent hum. At this time, Luo Yan also came back to his senses and realized that this little guy was special. Bai Yuhua was in the middle of the spiritual medicine garden. There was a spiritual plant the size of a millstone under his feet, but the spiritual leaves did not bend at all because of his weight. There was also hazy fog around. At first, Luo Yan thought Bai Yuhua was just an ordinary disciple, but now he was surprised to find that he seemed to be really a little special. Luo Yan jumped to the center of the spiritual medicine garden and carefully examined the little guy in front of him with his eyes. The little guy looked at him without showing any weakness. The big eyes flickered, very lively. In Luo Yan's sight, the shadows around him proved that the little guy was a real entity. He even tried to touch it with his hand, but was slapped away by the white jade doll in disdain. However, this real touch could not be faked. But in Luo Yan's consciousness, the place where the little guy was located was empty, with nothing. The exploration of the consciousness did not respond. 0. Scan the things in front of you. Task established. Scanning. No abnormality in light and shadow projection, no abnormality in the environment, no biological organisms detected. Through the subject's sight, tangible creatures can be seen, and there is a sense of reality. The chip is self-checking. The blue light in Luo Yan's eyes became stronger and stronger, as if a shadow of a rune flashed by. Scanning is over. Unknown creature? It is composed of a group of pure wood attributed essence and can be transformed. Body? Divine power. After receiving the reply from the chip, Luo Yan's face was surprised. Unknown creature that can be transformed? This is the first time he has seen such an explanation. Does this refer to the spiritual medicine that has transformed? Luo Yan looked at the little thing in front of him again. It was really cute with its pouty mouth. But the golden jacket on its body was too conspicuous, like a piece of brilliant gold, with a worldly vulgarity. Luo Yan got closer to the little guy and could smell a very pure spiritual energy on him. Even a small breath made him feel relaxed and happy. The spiritual power in his body was like bathing in the embrace of nature in early spring. It was so cool and refreshing that Luo Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. If he could get this little thing out of the secret world. His eyes rolled around, his thoughts flew, and he was thinking about how to get this little thing away. The white jade doll looked at him with disgust and moved his little feet back. He could sense other people's inner thoughts. Such an unclear guy wanted to get himself away, but there was no way. Luo Yan suddenly remembered what Yang Zhao had said. Is this little thing so powerful that it can tear the secret space apart and throw people out? Luo Yan was shocked. What kind of powerful force is this to tear the secret space apart? However, no matter how he observed, he didn't think that this little guy had the demeanor of a master. Instead, his mentality was similar to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. You young man, why are you staring at me so closely? Do you also want to be beaten out of the secret space by me? The white jade doll shouted loudly. This guy's eyes are getting more and more wrong. The white jade doll raised his snow-white chin, and the golden jacket on his body was particularly conspicuous, and his tone was fierce. Because he was indeed a little short, he had to look up every time he finished speaking. Even if he stepped on the spiritual medicine leaves, he still looked short. The words of this little thing made Luo Yan suddenly realize that although he didn't know the detailed background of the white jade doll in front of him, but he could almost confirm that this was a spiritual medicine in shape. A high-level spiritual medicine with its own spiritual consciousness and can run around. The value is amazing. You have to know that for these aliens, if they want to transform, they must first generate spiritual intelligence. The birth of spiritual intelligence generally takes hundreds of years. After the birth of spiritual intelligence, it still requires a certain amount of coincidence to have a very small probability of transforming into human form. Most spiritual medicines can't even generate spiritual intelligence, let alone transform. The fact that this white jade doll can appear in the secret realm trial site shows that he is very likely to have grown up in the secret realm. Maybe the ancestor who guards the secret realm is silently watching everything here in a corner at this moment. Transformation spiritual medicine. This is not a cabbage and radish. If necessary, it can prolong the life of high-level monks. For such a spiritual medicine, if I say that I don't pay special attention to it, Luo Yan himself doesn't believe it. Luo Yan guessed correctly. In the depths of the secret realm, 2 white-haired old men were playing chess. Their chessboard was exactly the mountain where Luo Yan was. Brother Xiao, are you really at ease with your junior leaving the secret realm and going out alone? You should know that the creatures in the outside world are very coveted for the spiritual medicine of transformation. The Taoist robe on the old man who spoke was tattered, one eye was cloudy as if he was blind, but the pupil of the other eye was very bright, as if it contained thousands of stars, making it easy for people to sink into it. There was a strange difference between the 2 eyes. His face had a sense of majesty. Although he was old, even if he was sitting peacefully, his back was straight, and his breath was like a dragon, as if he was integrated into the whole world. Quietly feeling it, but can't find his figure. Invisible to the naked eye, unrecognizable by the spirit. It seems that he does not exist in the sky. If Yang Zhao could see this scene, he would definitely recognize that the old man in front of him was the old man who gave him the broken sword. That is, the Supreme Elder who is in charge of the secret world. Brother Dao, please stop teasing me. Others may not know, but don't you know it? The spiritual power of this secret space has been lost, and it is expected to collapse in less than 100 years. I was born in the sky, and my body and mind have merged with the sky. I am afraid that I will be doomed at that time. My grandson has been sealed by me since he was born with spiritual intelligence, and I didn't release him until last year. I am worried that after a long time, he will understand the laws of this small world like me, and then I am afraid he will never be able to get out again. So I shamelessly asked the headmaster for this decree, just to see if there is a seedling suitable for Yuner, so that Yuner can be entrusted to him. Opposite the Supreme Elder was a thin old man who looked dry and rough. The wrinkles on his face were like the deep roots of an old tree, very rough. Only when the surrounding essence gathered around him, the invisible spiritual light became more intense, and only then could we see a trace of his extraordinariness. When he said this, He looked at the small golden figure on the chessboard and showed a kind and concerned smile. Only this kind of bond established since childhood is the most trustworthy. As for those senior members of the sect, there are too many people with ulterior motives, and the old man is worried. These people can do anything for their own interests. If Yunar's news is known to them, it is likely to be dangerous. After all, even a small key refining cultivator like Luo Yan can see through the white jade doll steps. If it were those old foxes in the headquarters, I'm afraid that the white jade doll would be discovered at the first step out of the secret space. This is why the old man asked the Supreme Elder for help. In the entire sect, perhaps only he can solve the problem. I hope that Brother Deo will help my poor grandson for the sake of our many years of friendship. The old man surnamed Xiao had a pleading look on his face. When he heard this, the memory of the Supreme Elder seemed to have returned to countless years ago. At that time, he was only the same age as Luo Yan and the others. Because he was usually aloof and arrogant, he was excluded everywhere and often fought with others, which offended some people. After entering the secret space, he was targeted by several groups of people. Because there were no rules to limit the trial, he was almost killed on the spot. It was this Taoist Xiao who secretly used the earth escape technique to save him and even sacrificed his life essence to recover. In the countless years of foreign wars, he relied on the spiritual liquid given by Taoist Xiao many times to escape death. It can be said that if there was no Taoist Xiao, he would not be who he is today. Chapter 94, Luck. The creatures in this world are born weak, but as long as they have spiritual roots and work hard to cultivate, they can have a promising future. The demon race pays attention to blood, and the upper limit of the innate is determined from birth. If the blood is not strong enough, it cannot be advanced. Unless it can devour high-level monsters to improve the blood. It is even more difficult for spiritual medicines like Xiao Daoren to practice. Not only is it difficult to give birth to spiritual wisdom, but because the body is a spiritual medicine, it is coveted by outsiders. Cultivators and demon beasts all feed on high-year spiritual medicines. If Xiao Dao had not lived in the secret realm all the time, he would probably not be here today. However, the secret realm is the cause of success and failure. Now the spiritual power of the secret realm is gradually lost, because he became a Taoist in a place where the laws of the world are not complete. If the secret realm collapses, his Tao will disappear, and then he will be buried with the secret realm. But he is also a high-level spiritual medicine, and I believe that there are many high-ranking sect leaders who want to use him as medicine. How could they watch him disappear in the space turbulence when the secret realm collapsed? Taoist Xiao seemed to have anticipated his own end. His turbid eyes were full of calmness. After enjoying the comfort brought by the sect's secret realm, he naturally had to accept the control of his own destiny. However, although Taoist Xiao accepted his fate, the sect's top leaders were completely unaware of his grandson. This is what he is most worried about now. Fortunately, Taoist Xiao has lived for so many years and finally realized a little bit of the Tao. His eyes, after being blessed by the rules of the secret realm, can see many things that high-level cultivators cannot see. Taoist Xiao used this as a formation and set up a trap. That valley can only be seen by those with great luck. What do you think of these two children? One is born with amazing luck, and all good things around him will slowly come to him and be obtained by him in a coincidence. The other one seems ordinary, but in fact his comprehension is far beyond that of ordinary people. Which one do you think is more suitable? The Supreme Elder dropped a black piece, which joined the surrounding black pieces and surrounded the white pieces next to it. There was still a breath left. What do you think, brother? It seems that you even gave the broken sword you once used to that little guy. The old man surnamed Xiao replied. The Supreme Elder was not surprised at all why Xiao knew about the broken sword. With their cultivation, few things could escape their eyes. There was his own breath left on the broken sword, and Xiao Dao could not fail to notice it. He was accompanied by the sword all his life, so naturally he would not have any offspring. Yes, I suddenly had a whim that day, and then I thought about going around the sect. Not long after entering the city gate, I found that unique boy. There seemed to be a special key around his body, which made people with higher cultivation than him subconsciously feel good about him. And people with similar cultivation as him, that key is always repelling. It seems like a special contradiction, very strange. The Supreme Elder recalled that when he first met Yang Zhao, this little guy could actually see through his figure. You know, he is a great cultivator who has practiced for thousands of years. Even if he is a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage, He still can't detect it if he doesn't want to show up. Not to mention that he can observe his traces with his naked eyes. This skill of harmony with light and dust is his forte. But this little guy is unreasonable. He just walked through the market and stopped slightly, and was stopped by this little guy. He even mistakenly thought that he wanted to buy his magic weapon. At the level of the Supreme Elder, the word ki is a very special existence. It is also something that can affect a cultivator's life. There are countless ki in the world, and the ki in each cultivator is different. But it is clear that ki is very important to cultivators. Although this belongs to the category that can only be understood in a higher realm. But because Xiaolaodao often jokes, he has said for years that he is the great luck person he always talks about. The word ki is particularly familiar to the Supreme Elder. He can feel some individuals and very special changes. The Supreme Elder wants to thoroughly understand what is so special about this so-called great luck person. Is this little guy who can break his body shape in one breath the great luck person mentioned by Xiaolaodao? If so, where's the specialness of this great luck person highlighted? Based on this consideration, it appeared that the Supreme Elder gave the broken sword he once wore to Yang Zhao and took away the hook chain magic weapon as a scene of ordinary transaction. The purpose was to prevent Yang Zhao from getting suspicious. What made the Supreme Elder feel helpless was that he originally planned to observe Yang Zhao through the broken sword. Unexpectedly, the broken sword ended up in the hands of another little guy. He thought his idea had failed, but something even more shocking happened. The broken sword was a magic weapon that the Supreme Elder had worn before, and it had already developed its own spiritual consciousness. As long as he wanted, he could naturally sense everything outside through the broken sword. What the young man did after getting the broken sword made the Supreme Elder, who had lived for thousands of years, feel incredible. Just based on the lines at the notch of the broken sword, combined with the detection runes in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he could reverse the runes and transform them into a magic weapon. This kind of talent made the Supreme Elder, who was used to seeing the emergence of geniuses, not know what to say. After living for so many years, he had seen all kinds of geniuses, the kind of genius who could learn all kinds of magic at once, the monster who understood the artistic conception as soon as he entered the key refining period, the existence of 10 years of key refining, 20 years of foundation building, and 100 years of Dan formation. He had seen them all. But it was the first time he had seen such strange talents as these two boys. One of them could use that special key to influence nearby people or objects in a small range, creating an effect of good fortune for himself. Just based on this skill, he dared to believe that this boy was the illegitimate child of God. The other one was outrageous. He could remember runes after just one look. He could also use other runes to achieve the effect of learning from one example and applying it to other situations. In the eyes of the Supreme Elder, although these two eccentrics had average spiritual roots and talents, their possibility of making it to the end was far greater than that of ordinary disciples. Compared with the two eccentrics that made him feel strange, the other boy who used a sword seemed mediocre. Over the past few hundred years, he had seen countless genius disciples like the stars in the sky. It was also like a fleeting moment, a meteor passing by, and finally becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. Cultivation is a long process. If we only look at spiritual roots and combat talents, it is far from enough. The sect has a history of nearly 10,000 years, but few people can finally reach his level. Cultivation is like 100 boats competing to cross the river. It is too difficult to cross over. Maybe the situation in the upper realm will be better. The Supreme Elder thought so. The Five Elements Temple is a branch temple inherited from the upper realm. In other words, almost all the sects that can be inherited for more than 10,000 years in the Kangwu cultivation world have the background of the upper realm. The upper realm refers to the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the Five Elements Temple is not called a temple, but the Five Elements Sect. The territory controlled by the Five Elements Sect in the spiritual world alone is so vast that ordinary cultivators cannot fly to the edge in their lifetime. The creatures in it are as numerous as stars and as vast as the sea, and they cannot be counted. You can imagine how big the spiritual world is. It is said that in places like the spiritual world, hundreds of races compete for hegemony, and there are even traces of the existence of real dragons. I don't know whether it is true or not. There is a trace of yearning in the eyes of the Supreme Elder. He expects that he will not stay in the sect for long before he has to ascend. However, it will be a few years before the next battle of the Xianjiao. I hope these little guys can give all of us a surprise. After all, It is too embarrassing to be attacked by other sect's disciples every time. A trace of helplessness flashed in the eyes of the Grand Elder. Nano is still too small, and the proportion of true Xianjiao is still too low. It is simply incomparable with those disciples of the Central Saint sect. He is completely embarrassed every time he is attacked by other disciples. Let Yuner make his own choice, I won't make a decision for him. Xiao Laodao's eyes glowed, and the hazy light gathered, and an invisible wave spread, mysterious and powerful. Obviously, he also found Yang Zhao different. In fact, Xiao Laodao discovered it as soon as Yang Zhao approached his grandson. The luck accumulated in this little guy is too terrifying, so terrifying that it seems to be solid. Another natural luck person. Xiao Laodao thought. Whether it is true or not, he still needs to observe. Luo Yan was holding the broken sword of the Supreme Elder, and being noticed by the person in front of him meant that he was special. Both of them were very special. In other words, including the fat Taoist priest, these three were extremely special. Their cultivation and strength were almost all not outstanding. Luo Yan's behavior of hunting with the help of external objects other than himself was not counted by Taoist Xiao. In terms of real cultivation, it was indeed so. Under the interference of Taoist Xiao, the valley where Luo Yan and his companions were located could not be seen without great luck. The disciples who could enter the mouth of the call were almost the ones with the strongest luck among the group of trial disciples. Because those with lower luck could not suppress Yuner's fate at all. If you want to adopt a transformed spiritual medicine by your side, how can you do it without a monstrous luck? However, although the fat man also had great luck, he was blasted out of the secret space by Yuner using his own power and lost this qualification. It can be said that it was time and fate. Greed is the root of all evil. At the mouth of the mountain, the white jade doll wearing a golden jacket saw that Luo Yan had no intention of hurting him, and in a moment he turned his malicious eyes away. The innocent child's heart took over, and after sensing that the two had no ill will towards him, he flew into the air like a little boss. Hey, you two, this immortal asks you, is the outside world fun? Are there bad people? Who of you is willing to take this immortal out to see it? Chapter 95 Meeting Gift. When the white jade doll said this, Luo Yan's first reaction was ecstasy. Then, a trace of thought flashed across his face. This shape-shifting spirit medicine just took the initiative to go with him. Luo Yan didn't believe that the great elder who was in charge of this secret realm would not know. In other words, did the white jade doll's behavior have his tacit approval? If there is a shape-shifting spirit medicine following around, then the speed of future cultivation will definitely be greatly improved. The benefits are naturally self-evident. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. There must be other conditions involved. Sure enough, seeing that Luo Yan and Yang Zhao were both excited, the white jade doll said, I believe you are also clear about the identity of this immortal. In order to prevent you from having ulterior motives. My grandfather said that if you want to take me out, you need to sign the ancient life oath with this immortal. This immortal is so cute. Not only can I help you practice, but I can also assist you in understanding the laws of the wood system and cultivating spiritual medicines. How about it? Are you very excited? Who of you is willing to sign a contract with this immortal? Let's make a deal first, because there are two of you. Whoever agrees first, I will sign a life oath with him. Make a decision quickly. The white jade doll flew directly to the two of them, and the golden jacket was particularly conspicuous. This so-called ancient life oath was recorded in the Kangwu cultivation records. Now we swear, our fates are connected, the mountains and rocks cannot be penetrated, and our hearts are forever tied. It means that as long as this covenant is concluded, from now on, their lives will be tied together. As long as the white jade doll is alive, he will be safe. If the white jade doll dies, he will be buried with it. If he has a life accident, the white jade doll will also lose its life accordingly. However, the advantage is that if the object of the oath is an immortal species, the lifespan of humans will be greatly improved. The maximum lifespan of a high-level spiritual medicine that has transformed into a human body is at least several thousand years, and the lifespan of a human body is at least 1,000 years. In other words, as long as this life oath is concluded, even if he does nothing and hides somewhere, he can live for thousands of years. Yang Zhao's face was very excited, and he was about to blurt out I do, but he held back and glanced at Luo Yan's position. Brother Luo, my cultivation speed is too slow. If I can get the help of this little thing, my cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. You see. Luo Yan understood what he meant, shook his head and refused. "Are you ready? If you want to make a contract, go ahead. I'm not interested in this. Go and make a vow with him." Luo Yan gave up the idea of kidnapping the white jade doll without much hesitation. He couldn't associate his life with a strange thing. He still preferred to control his life in his own hands. Everything beyond his control was dangerous to him. Period. The life oath is of course very good, but it will also be greatly restricted. Let's not talk about the identity of the shape-shifting spirit medicine. If it is exposed, how many people will covet it? Just after signing the life oath, the upper limit of his life will be locked, which is not what Luo Yan wants to see. With the existence of the chip, he believed that he could go a long way in cultivation, which was beyond doubt. In the short term, signing a contract with this thing would have more advantages than disadvantages. After all, there were not many cultivators who could truly cultivate to a high level. But Luo Yan and Yang Zhao were not ordinary people. One was born with good luck, and the other had an auxiliary chip. Even without the help of this little guy, their future paths would be much broader than those of ordinary cultivators. With this shape-changing spiritual medicine, it would at most be icing on the cake, not a timely help. Since Yang Zhao was willing, Luo Yan did not intend to persuade him. This was his truest thought, and he had no right to interfere. Besides, shape-changing spiritual medicine was extremely rare in the entire Kangwu cultivation world. Yang Zhao could not be said to be at a disadvantage by signing a life oath with such a spiritual medicine, and it could only be said that both sides benefited from it. Buzz! Luo Yan wanted to visit the site and see how the life oath was concluded, but was suddenly pulled to a closed space by a colorful chain. There are two white-haired old men in front of him. "My friend, I'm sorry for bringing you here. Because you know Yunar's identity, for his future safety, I need you to swear to your heart of Taoism that you will never reveal Yunar's secret." Xiao Laodao's wrinkled face had an ugly smile, which looked particularly kind. In fact, he has a safer way, which is to erase the memory of the little guy in front of him. For people of their realm, it is not difficult to tamper with the memory of a low-level cultivator. The reason why Xiao Laodao chose such a gentle way is that this little guy not only knows the person chosen by Yunar, but also has the broken sword on him. In addition, he can enter the valley, which means that his own luck will not be too bad. Combining these reasons, Xiao Laodao thinks it is better to make a good relationship with this little guy. In case Yunar encounters any difficulties outside in the future, there will be someone who can help. Luo Yan was stunned. The two old men were just sitting there, their bodies seemed to blend into the world. They were vaguely visible to the naked eye, but completely undetectable by their spiritual consciousness and chips. He quickly retracted his gaze to avoid offending them. Although Luo Yan did not know the identities of the two old men, they must be the elders of the sect since they could pull him here from somewhere else without any sound. So he swore with his heart of Taoism, without any hesitation, that he would never reveal anything he saw today. Seeing that the little guy in front of him was so tactful without him having to waste his words, the smile on Xiao Laodao's face became even bigger. He pointed with his dry finger, and suddenly a tall spiritual medicine emerged from the ground. There was also a grayish aura on it, and the essence gathered, which was very extraordinary. "I see that you are collecting spiritual medicines, so I think you are very interested in their cultivation. I have a plant of peony here, which is the same origin as Yunar. It is the most likely spiritual medicine to give birth to spiritual intelligence in the secret realm besides Yunar. You can take it. I will teach you another spirit summoning technique. As long as the age of the spiritual medicine reaches a certain number of years, if you insist on summoning the spirit every day, there is a certain probability that the spiritual consciousness of this plant of peony will be awakened." Luo Yan looked at this plant of peony, a little at a loss. Because its rhizome is thick, spindle-shaped, and has dense roots, it is estimated that the trunk alone is about 2 meters high. The grade of peony itself is not high, it is only the first grade upper grade, and it is a very common spiritual medicine, generally used to refine some key restoring pills. But the difficulty is that this spiritual medicine grows 1 centimeter every 10 years, 100 years is a second-grade spiritual medicine, and 1,000 years is a third-grade spiritual medicine. Judging from the appearance alone, the age of this plant of peony in front of me is probably more than 2,000 years. It was really a great gift. Luo Yan didn't dare to reach out and could only lower his head. "Senior, you are too polite. I have already made a vow that I will not reveal a single bit of what I saw today. As for this spiritual medicine, I dare not accept it." Luo Yan knew very well that in this world, There is no such thing as a free gift. Even if it is a senior from the sect, he doesn't believe that there is such a good thing. A spiritual medicine with a medicinal age of 2,000 years is not a cabbage on the roadside. Why should it be given to him? Why should I receive a gift without any merit? Seeing that this little guy refused again, as if he really didn't want it, not only did Xiao Dao's eyes flash with surprise, but even the Supreme Elder also looked at him sideways. He can stick to his original intention in the face of the temptation that is placed in front of him. This young man has an extraordinary mind. You don't have to think too much. There are still many thousand-year-old spiritual medicines in the secret realm. They can often be seen in the outside world. They are not particularly rare. The reason I gave it to you is that I saw that you have some luck, and I want to borrow your hand to see if I can awaken the spiritual wisdom of this Xiao. This is just a thought of mine. Xiao Dao explained briefly, and Luo Yan still lowered his head and had no intention of taking it. However, he still heard the hidden meaning in this sentence. It would be particularly difficult for spiritual medicine to give birth to spiritual wisdom. Not to mention transformation. Just when the two of them were in a stalemate, at this time, another old voice came to his ears. It was the old man who seemed to have lost one eye. Go on, this secret space is about to collapse, and he can be regarded as entrusting an orphan. Luo Yan looked up at the one-eyed old man, as if there was no life on his body, like a non-existent person. However, Luo Yan still felt that the one-eyed old man brought him a familiar breath, very similar to the broken sword. And there is no one else who can rescue people in the secret space like this, except that person. With the conclusion in mind, his face was full of respect. Yes, I thank you for your generous gift, and I will not dare to disappoint you. Xiao Dao nodded slightly, stretched out his hand and pointed again, and a message came into Luo Yan's mind out of thin air. It was the soul calling technique. When Xiao is born with spiritual intelligence, you have to transplant it to a place with abundant spiritual energy, and then you can go to find Yuner. With him, the growth rate of Xiao will increase a lot. If Xiao is born with spiritual intelligence in the future, the essence on its body will be different from ordinary spiritual medicines, and it will be easy for high-level cultivators to smell it. Therefore, every time you come into close contact with this Xiao, every time you go out, it is best to clear your own breath. Otherwise, it is easy to track the investigation of high-level cultivators and bring you danger. Remember it. There are many techniques for clearing breath, and there are them in the sect sutra pavilion, so Xiao Dao didn't say much. Giving him a Xiao was just a casual act of Xiao Dao. Just treat it as a gift to this child. After all, it was not easy to get the recognition of the killer next to him. As for whether this little guy could awaken the consciousness of the peony, he was not sure. Although awakening the consciousness was relatively easy. But it was not so easy for the spiritual medicine with spiritual intelligence to transform. Over the years, there were many spiritual medicines with spiritual intelligence in the entire secret space, but only Yuner could successfully transform. You can imagine the difficulty here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, The End of the Secret Realm, Signs of War. The Grand Elder guessed that Xiao Dao had misunderstood. His broken sword was originally given to another boy, and this little guy just happened to be there. He was not the one he favored at all. However, thinking of the little guy's terrifying talent and runes, he did not explain. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding. It's just a 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. For people of their realm, they are not so surprised because they have come into contact with it frequently. After all, it is a large sect with a secret world, and there is no shortage of ordinary 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines. Luo Yan carefully put away the Xiao and wanted to thank him again. When he was distracted, he found that he was instantly teleported back to the valley. In the valley, two figures pinched each other again. Yang Zhao was pinching the little face of the white jade doll and rubbing the sparse emerald green hair on his head. He was very curious about the pink guy, while the little guy's little hands kept moving, and he spit on Yang Zhao from time to time. It was like a silent counterattack. If you dare to pinch my face, I will spit on you. Dirty you. The two of them were playing like children, neither of them would give in to the other. They stared at each other, like a pair of happy enemies. Seeing such an awkward scene of fighting, Luo Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of strangeness, but he did not interrupt. He stood quietly aside and watched the excitement. It has been a long time since he saw such a harmonious scene, and there was a little more memory in his eyes. Time passed, the breeze was gentle, and the mist in the misty mountains suddenly dispersed in an instant, and the sky cracked. Stop! A majestic voice came out. All the figures below stopped. Luo Yan was familiar with this voice. It was the old man who had just transmitted the sound to him in the secret space. It should be the old man, the Supreme Elder. With this announcement, the fight in the secret realm finally came to an end. A dark sky appeared in the sky, and the black light rushed into the sky, covering the entire misty mountains with a hazy halo. Ah, the trial is finally over. The disciples in the secret realm shouted, and then ecstatic. After the trial, all the disciples who remained in the secret realm had a great harvest. At this moment, all the disciples, whether blue or white chess pieces, climbed up to the top of the nearest ancient tree, held the chess pieces that originally belonged to them tightly, and waited to be teleported back to the sect. However, the number of outer disciples left now is not much compared to before. Or it can be said that they are terribly scarce. After all, the range is only 100 miles. Even if there are obstacles from the mountains and forests and interference from the clouds and fog, for practitioners like them, it only takes half a day to complete the round. It just so happens that in this secret realm, two freaks, Luo Yan and Leon, appeared, and harvested at least half of the blue chess pieces. It seems that the winner takes all. The remaining ones have lost some of their own in the fight. Only then did they react that the white chess pieces were okay. At most there were a few too many people in the melee. The owner of the blue chess piece simply had nowhere to escape. No matter which direction you go, there are people hunting. When these hunters have harvested a certain number of chess pieces, they will be knocked out of the secret world by a sudden sword light. It is as if when they are hunting others in groups, they themselves have become prey in someone's eyes. In comparison, ordinary disciples with white chess pieces are much better off. Because there are too many ordinary disciples with white chess pieces, although many disciples have tried to attack their fellow disciples, they found that the contribution points came too quickly, so they plundered everywhere. But in this misty mountain range, they do not have the detection function of blue chess pieces, so they can only rely on luck. There is no way to take those white chess pieces that are bent on hiding. Therefore, although the white chess pieces also fail a lot, those who survived almost all had a good harvest. Either they collected enough spiritual medicines, or they collected a considerable number of chess pieces. This trial should be the most tragic one for the outer disciples. There were originally hundreds of people, but now there are less than 10 left, and they are covered with various scars. One of the outer disciples is pale and is supported by his companions. The sword wound on his back is particularly conspicuous. It seems that in this last day, Leon still did not give up the pursuit of the blue chess piece. And those disciples who only have the strength of ordinary disciples and want to fish in troubled waters in exchange for blue chess pieces were almost cleared out of the secret world in the first 3 days. At the beginning, almost all blue chess pieces were fighting. After all, a blue chess piece represents 100 contribution points. Even if there is danger ahead, it is impossible to let it go. 1 is a return on investment, 2 is a huge profit, and 3 is a super double. Few people cannot be affected by others in this environment. As for the guy who hides under the mud and sets traps, there are even fewer such disciples. They are just a group of teenagers. How can they have so many dirty thoughts? The slightly older ordinary disciples also look down on the efficiency of the trap that waits for the rabbit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black clouds in the sky were blazing, and countless beams of light shone on the owners of the chess pieces. Then, all the owners of the chess pieces were sucked into the sky in an instant, and in an instant, the light mist was diffused, covering the people flying high in the sky with a colorful cloud. After all the disciples were teleported out, when it was Luo Yan's turn to leave, the white jade baby jumped up and waved his scallion-like hands and shouted, "Grandpa, Yuner is going to play in the outside world. I will come back to see you often in the future and bring you the candied haws you have been eating." A kind old face appeared in the sky, and his eyes were full of doting. "Yuner, don't forget what Grandpa warned you. Don't cause trouble outside. Remember to listen to the words of the oath taker, don't." The nagging voice of Shalaodeo made the white jade baby's face pull, and his mouth immediately shrank. He just went out for a walk. It's not like he won't come back. Is there any need to be so long-winded, like an old man? Xiao Yuner is a pure-hearted person. Although she can understand people's hearts, she does not know good and evil, and lacks basic knowledge of the outside world. In Xiao Yuner's eyes, he just went out to play, and when he got tired of playing, he would come back. Is it necessary to give so many instructions? It's not a life and death separation. Grandpa is too long-winded. Seeing his grandson's drooping face, Xiao Laodao's eyes suddenly had a trace of nostalgia, and his doting eyes deepened. He murmured, "Yuner, the world outside is very dangerous, you have to be more careful. Don't forget what Grandpa gave you, use it to escape when you encounter danger. You have to walk the road ahead by yourself, and Grandpa can't accompany you anymore." In the sky, Xiao Laodao's eyes seemed to have endless waves of light flowing, as if he was confessing, and as if he was saying goodbye, with endless nagging. "Brother Dao, I'm bothering you." As the sound of this sentence fell, in a trance, Luo Yan saw a sword light that seemed to cover the entire sky, slashing from the sky, a red expanse, and his eyes were almost blinded. He subconsciously closed his eyes, because the sword light could not be avoided, and the sky was full of sword shadows. Finally, his vision was restored. At this time, the golden armor doll had disappeared, and Yang Zhao had a diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. It gave Luo Yan a kind of enchanting beauty, with a surging spirit and mysterious. At the same time, it also gave him a tingling sensation like a needle, and the body's instinct seemed to push himself away from this person. Indicated that Yang Zhao was in great danger now. I opened up an inner space between the eyebrows of this little guy, and injected a large amount of spirit from the secret realm into it to ensure that the spiritual energy of the alien space was sufficient. I also sealed a sword intent of mine in it. If it comes to a critical moment, it will automatically come out to protect the master. After the little guy moves in, unless he takes the initiative to come out, the two of them will truly be 1 and 2. "Thank you, Brother Dao." The words of thanks from Taoist Xiao sounded. Then, Luo Yan saw a 3-pronged plant appear in the void. It was also more than 2 meters tall, filled with starlight, as if covered by the Milky Way. It was hazy, and you could vaguely smell a wisp of fragrance, which made people feel relaxed and happy. The most surprising thing was that the 3-pronged plant was covered with a golden jacket, which was very dazzling. Under the gaze of everyone, this precious medicine flew directly into Yang Zhao's eyebrows, and finally the essence was sealed, and the tingling sensation disappeared. Is this the body of the white jade doll? Luo Yan thought. He had to sigh that the shape-changing spiritual medicine was extraordinary, worthy of being a rare high-level precious medicine. Just smelling it from a distance can bring a comfortable feeling to the body. If you can hold it for a long time, your body may be transformed. Well, it's getting late, and you should leave. The great elder waved his hand, and they were instantly teleported back to the bluestone square of Mulang Peak. "Senior, do you need me?" After they left, the voice of the Supreme Elder was heard, but was interrupted by Xiao Laodao. "I told you that although I watched you grow up, don't be too obsessed with etiquette. The cultivation world respects strength. With your current strength, just call me Brother Dao. Over the years, with your help, those people in the sect have no way to deal with me. Now that the secret realm is about to collapse, it doesn't make much sense for you to protect me. Doesn't he want to use my old body to prolong his life? Give it to him after my consciousness collapses. I think your cultivation will soon be unable to suppress it. When you ascend, this sect will still be guarded by him. Xiao Laodao is very free and easy, and he doesn't care about life and death. Under the wings of the sect, he can live safely for so long, and now it's his turn to repay." And Yuner was sent away, so he completely had no worries. "I didn't expect this day to come so soon." Xiao Laodao sighed softly. The Grand Elder was silent. He was very talented and had reached the point where he could ascend to the upper realm 200 years ago. The reason why he had not ascended until now was based on this secret space. If the space collapsed, the sect would not have subsequent spiritual medicine production. Either find a small secret realm again, or go and rob. This is why the intensity of the sect disciples' tasks has increased by more than 1 level in the past 200 years. The war is about to begin. Chapter 97 The secret trial at the Five Elements Temple headquarters is over. The result of this outer sect competition really shocked everyone. Who would have thought that more than 90% of the top 100 masters of the outer sect would be eliminated? What was even more terrifying was that the evildoer from the Jinxing Peak, with 1 sword, almost wiped out his fellow disciples from his own peak and the outer sect disciples from the Huaxing peak. There was also a genius from the Muling peak, who was also chasing a group of people alone. Looking at the thin figure who had just come out of the rune arch and stood at the front of the bluestone square, the faces of the disciples behind him were a little complicated. Some disciples holding blue chess pieces were inexplicably beaten out of the secret realm, and they were unwilling to accept it and wanted to come and see what the real person looked like. Originally, there were 21 outer sect disciples from Muling Peak who entered the secret realm, but only 3 came out on the 7th day of the trial. Is this the real evildoer? Junboi's eyes were a little complicated. The number of remaining disciples on the bluestone square was too small. Originally, it was so dense that you couldn't see the end at a glance. Unexpectedly, only so few people came out in the end. On the last day, he saw Yan hunting others. Facing a dozen blue chess pieces gathered together, Leon's face remained indifferent. He rushed forward with a sword in hand. In less than half an incense stick of time, he killed all those people. At that time, Leon recognized his presence and assumed that he was watching the battle from the side. He did not take action against him, otherwise it would only take 2 swords. The newcomers of this class were too terrible. They directly deprive many outer disciples of their qualifications. This should be the time when the number of outer disciples on the 5 elements peak has been the smallest in all these years. Adding up all of them, there are less than 10 fingers. Luo Yan returned to the bluestone square and looked around, seeing Yang Zhao, Haoli, Junboi and others. Practice hard after you go back. After I go to the headquarters, if anyone makes things difficult for you again, you can go to Brother Jun for help. But you can't grow up by relying on others blindly. I still hope that you can get through the difficulties by yourself. Yang Zhao was stunned when he heard this, and nodded fiercely. Brother, don't worry, I will practice hard, and when I reach the late stage of key refining, I will come to the headquarters to meet you. Luo Yan turned sideways and looked at Jun Boyu. Brother Jun, I'm a little sorry this time. When you come to the headquarters next year, I will host you and you must not leave until you are drunk. Jun Boy's expression became more complicated. It's a deal. The remaining Haoli, before Luo Yan could speak, he bared his teeth. I will defeat you. I heard that the people at the headquarters are more powerful, and the lowest cultivation is the late stage of key refining. You must pay attention. Don't lose before that. Luo Yan chuckled. The smile on Haoli's mouth suddenly froze. Well, everyone, see you at the headquarters. Luo Yan bowed. Everyone bowed immediately. See you at the headquarters. Luo Yan was very straightforward. After saying goodbye to everyone, he quickly returned to his residence without wasting any time. He was eager to go to the headquarters. Moreover, the hydroponic spiritual medicines and hydroponic tanks in the residence made him feel troubled. There were too many of them and 2 storage bags could not hold them. Luo Yan had to exchange all the chess pieces on his body for contribution points at the merit hall, and then bought 2 more storage bags to fill them. However, he hesitated for a while, and finally left a blue and a few white chess pieces. He was very curious about the runes inside, and he would study it when he had the chance in the future. When he left, he used the mud and sand technique to bury the space in the basement, and the formation in the courtyard was also removed. He looked indifferent and had made preparations before departure. From then on, he embarked on a new journey. The teleportation array to the headquarters was set up in the law enforcement hall. Now Luo Yan knew that there was a space under the 5 elements peak, and this was where the law enforcement hall was located. He came to the teleportation array and handed over the jade token in his hand. After the law enforcement disciple guarding the teleportation array checked it, he told him, the first trip to the headquarters is free. Each subsequent teleportation will cost 100 spirit stones. The law enforcement disciple's voice was calm, but it was full of a unique majesty. Seeing that Luo Yan was already standing in the array, he lightly tapped the array plate in his hand, and a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the teleportation array. With a boom, the white clouds filled the air, making the sky and the earth red and bright. The gorgeous white light seemed to penetrate the space and directly constructed a door of laws leading to the 2 places. In the void, the light mist was fleeting, and it was hazy, mysterious and profound. With a slight tremor of hum, Luo Yan felt dizzy and the world was spinning. He should have left the 5 elements peak and was led by the white light array to pass through and enter a strange world. The first time he stepped out of the teleportation array, Luo Yan felt that the spiritual energy here was more intense. After being checked by the disciples of the law enforcement hall again, Luo Yan walked out from underground. Here, the mountains are undulating, ancient trees are towering, clouds and mists are lingering, spiritual energy is dense, steep mountains are undulating, and various rare spiritual beasts are roaming. On the way, he saw a large lake, swimming around the rolling mountains, clear and transparent, with spiritual fish swimming in it, shining silver in the sun, making the water surface ripple continuously. Full of vitality. The spiritual energy here is so rich, it's really a good place to practice. Luo Yan exclaimed. No wonder the high-level cultivators of the sect are almost not on the branch temple. Just from this spiritual land, it's no wonder that this place is called the headquarters of the Five Elements Temple. If the spiritual energy is not sufficient, it can't support so many high-level cultivators. Along the way, more and more disciples of the sect wearing five-color Taoist robes are coming and going. Looking around, this number is comparable to the number of ordinary disciples on the Five Elements Peak. After arriving here, he saw all kinds of spiritual birds and auspicious animals. Among them, a spiritual crane flew out of the mountain and landed in front of him. It asked Luo Yan if he wanted to ride it. The price was to give it a fat spiritual fish. If there was no spiritual fish, 10 spiritual stones would also be fine. It was the first time that Luo Yan saw a spiritual bird soliciting customers. He touched its snow-white neck, which was very soft and smooth. He politely declined, because his destination was just ahead. After walking forward for another stick of incense, a huge stone was in front of him, with a few large characters engraved on it, Five Elements View. The pen was strong and thick, and there was a vague breath of vastness and vicissitudes coming towards him, as if a god of time stood there, overlooking him. Only here can it be considered a real Five Elements View. 5 peaks like 5 fingers appeared in front of him, arranged in the order of the 5 elements. From the outside, it was all lush and green. Unlike the branch temple, where there is too much fire-attributed spiritual energy and even vegetation cannot survive. Let's go to the Jiang Hall first. Luo Yan thought. After arriving at the Jiang Hall, he found that it was very deserted, in sharp contrast to the bustling outside. Is this junior brother from the branch temple? Asked a disciple on duty in the Jiang Hall. Yes. Luo Yan nodded. In a place like the Jiang Hall, except for the new disciples, almost no one comes, so it seems a bit deserted, and it is not difficult to guess his purpose. Please take out your J token so I can verify it. After simply verifying his identity, the disciple of the Jiang Hall returned the token to him. There is no problem with your identity. It has been verified. Next, I will briefly introduce the Five Elements Peak of our headquarters to you. The Five Elements Peak, as the name suggests, is a mountain divided according to the 5 elements of energy. The difference and division here is not big, it is nothing more than the attribute spiritual energy in the mountain is more intense. The green on the token represents the Wood Spirit Peak, where the disciples of the Wood Vein are collectively called Wood Vein disciples. The position of the eldest brother is added to manage the Wood Vein disciples. The mountain surrounded by the 5 elements peak is called Kiksha Mountain, which has various halls such as Elixir, Instrument, Talisman, General Affairs, and Law Enforcement. Among them, there is also a Dharma Hall in Kiksha Mountain, which has powerful spirit puppets for disciples to challenge. The more you defeat, the richer the reward. Above Kiksha Mountain is a Jade Square. Every month, elders above the foundation building stage will preach, and occasionally elders in the Golden Elixir stage will come out to preach, which should not be missed. This senior brother from the Jiang Hall was very patient, and Luo Yan listened very carefully. Basically, the general layout is not much different from before. The only change may be that all kinds of halls are concentrated on the Kiksha Mountain in the middle. The original 5 elements peak was inhabited by disciples and elders from each branch and practiced. Under normal circumstances, the 5 branches of the 5 Elements Temple headquarters must perform a mission above level C every 3 months. If they perform a level B mission, they can be managed for half a year, and a level A mission can be managed for 1 year. If they fail to perform the mission after the deadline, they will be warned for the first time, penalized for contribution points for the second time, and the Law Enforcement Hall will come to their door for the 3rd time. In case of special circumstances, you can report to the 5 branches senior brother or the General Affairs Hall in advance. Luo Yan frowned. It seems that the senior brothers of each branch in the 5 Elements Peak have a lot of power in their hands. They can even exempt each disciple from the mission. These 100,000 Li mountains are the sphere of influence of our five elements peak. There are also some mortal kingdoms in them. Junior brother can learn about them by himself in the future. Regarding the arrangement of the cave, junior brother can go to Muling Peak to find a vacant house to live in, or find a deserted place outside to build a hut. After staying in the Jiang Hall for more than half an hour, Luo Yan thanked the senior brother in the Jiang Hall after listening to his introduction. He thought to himself, it looks similar to before. It seems that there is not much change. Let's go to Muling Peak first. He left the Jiang Hall and headed towards the direction of Muling Peak at a high speed. When Luo Yan got close, he used his identity jade card to cut open the protective sky curtain. He saw that the mountain here was like a dragon lying down, quite imposing. From time to time, you can see a bunch of spiritual medicines taking root on the cliff and in the cracks of the rocks, but no one picked them. Hey, this is a second-grade top-grade white jade peach. Judging from its growth, this peach tree may have grown for hundreds of years. Luo Yan sighed. On the way up the mountain, he saw a dark black tree about 10 meters high, with reddish-brown branches that were growing well, winding and stretching, with dozens of green-white peaches with ray fuzz at the end. The second update is usually before 3 a.m., and I will check it out as soon as possible and release it. Chapter 98 Disadvantages of the Five Elements Peak. I heard that this peach takes 10 years to bloom, 10 years to bear fruit, and another 10 years to mature. I wonder if it's true or not. Luo Yan pondered. Since flying is prohibited within the Five Elements Peak, he can only walk up slowly step by himself. This flight bend formation is actually a huge gravity restriction. Even ordinary giant and stage elders cannot withstand this gravity and cannot control the escape light. It is conceivable how powerful this flight bend formation is. A small shrimp like him is probably deformed by gravity before he can fly. Along the way, Luo Yan saw a lot of spiritual medicines, almost all of which are second level and above, and there are also third level ones. If they were in the outside world, they would have been harvested long ago, but here, they are kept in the mountains like this, and no one touches them. This is the foundation of the Five Elements Temple headquarters. Any mountain on the Five Elements Peak is raised with extremely precious spiritual medicines, and there is no fear of others stealing them. This is the foundation of the main sect. No one will collect these high-grade spiritual medicines before they are fully mature. If some spiritual medicines have reached the end of their lifespan, the elders of the planting hall will personally take them down and bury the same spiritual seeds in the same place, waiting for it to take root and sprout next year. This cycle continues. If there are spiritual medicines, or if a spiritual beast is lucky enough to gain intelligence and transform, it can also be used to join the sect. On the way here, Luo Yan heard other disciples discuss that there are several fourth-level spiritual beasts in the large lake surrounding the Five Elements Peak, which is equivalent to a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage, which is very terrifying. Although the area of this lake is not particularly large, the reason why it can nurture so many spiritual beasts is because there is an underground river underneath. This underground river runs across the entire endless wilderness, and there are all kinds of terrifying aquatic monsters. It is naturally more than enough to breed a few aquatic fourth-level spiritual beasts. Finally, Luo Yan came to the halfway point of the Wood Spirit Peak, where there was a misty spiritual mist everywhere, and taking a breath made people feel relaxed and happy. There are nearly 100 small courtyards on the hillside. The higher you go, the fewer small courtyards there are, and most of them are inhabited. Even outside some courtyards, there was a green Taoist standing casually, and the aura was as deep as the sea, which made people unable to resist. It must be the spiritual pressure of a high-level cultivator. After encountering such a Taoist, Luo Yan did not dare to go up any further. He guessed that the closer to the top, the higher the cultivation of the cultivators living there. After a round, Luo Yan found that although there were many courtyards on Muling Peak, but almost all the places above the halfway point were inhabited. Because the place above was where the elders practiced, the spiritual charm there was more abundant, and the Taoism was profound, so it was naturally snatched by the disciples of the sect. If they were lucky enough to listen to the discussion of the high-level cultivators of the sect, it would naturally benefit them a lot. Then just choose a small courtyard here to live in. Luo Yan had no choice but to choose a courtyard facing the morning sun. It was still very good to get the sun without leaving the courtyard every morning. The courtyard came with a set of array plates, which could be activated by simply embedding the spirit stones in the designated position. With a set of protective array, It is very convenient for some low-level disciples and greatly protects their privacy. After all, there are many high-level monks living on the Five Elements peak. If there is no array to block, their spiritual consciousness can easily detect the every move of the disciple. Even if it is the elders of the sect, no one wants their lives to be exposed under their noses all the time. Luo Yan did not use the protective array that came with the courtyard, because he could arrange it better by himself. But after living in the courtyard, Luo Yan was at a loss, because he was going to dig a basement as before. Unexpectedly, he found that he could not dig after digging 2 or 3 meters underground in the courtyard. To be clear, he dared not dig. This is a special super large array that connects the ground veins of the 5 peaks into a hole. As long as he dares to continue digging, he will definitely trigger the array and be sensed by the people of the law enforcement hall. Luo Yan had no choice but to stop. He meditated on the bed all night. The next morning, Luo Yan walked out of the room early, closed the gate, and walked along the mountain road towards Qiqsha Mountain. In the distance, the sun rose, the clouds were shrouded, and the mist was like a golden dragon in the clouds, which looked extremely spectacular. Luo Yan's footsteps were brisk, and he could cover a distance of more than 10 feet with just a tap. He went straight to the General Affairs Hall without stopping along the way. Along the way, he saw many outer disciples, who randomly found an open place, or a steep cliff, or the top of an ancient tree, and breathed in purple air towards the morning sun. The breath was like a dragon, like a sharp sword slashing out. The breath of these people looks particularly strong. Luo Yan couldn't help sighing in his heart. He felt that anyone here had a higher cultivation than himself, and they were all very hard-working. It seems that hard practice is urgent. After another 2 incense sticks of time, Luo Yan finally came to the General Affairs Hall and found the senior sister on duty to ask, "Senior sister, can spiritual medicine be planted on the 5 Elements peak?" The senior sister on duty was stunned, and after a little thought, she understood what this little junior brother meant. No, because the 5 Elements peak is blessed with a large spirit gathering array and the earth veins are dredged. In principle, it is not allowed to plant spiritual medicine privately. Junior brother, don't plant it secretly. If you are caught, you will be punished. Therefore, you can only practice on the 5 Elements peak. If you want to plant spiritual medicine, you can only find another place. The disciples of the sect usually plant some spiritual medicine elsewhere and then ask special servants to take care of it. This senior sister was dressed in a blue Taoist robe, with bright white teeth, and a crisp and pleasant voice, like a stream, cold and moving, very enthusiastic, and patient. Then may I ask, senior sister, where can I plant spiritual medicine specifically? Luo Yan continued to ask. Did you see the big lake outside the temple? The lake is the boundary. Only cultivation is allowed inside the lake, and there are no restrictions outside the lake. No one cares how large an area you want to plant. Therefore, many disciples do not live on the 5 Elements peak. They randomly choose a peak in these 100,000 mountains and plant spiritual medicines. Anyway, this area is within the scope of our 5 Elements temple. Moreover, there are many small tribes living in this 100,000-mile wilderness. Junior brother can also hire them to help you plant spiritual medicines and clear the weeds and trees on the mountain. It is also feasible. Hearing this answer, Luo Yan's doubts were immediately resolved and he thanked him repeatedly. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to move out. Compared with coveting the abundant spiritual energy in the 5 Elements peak, Luo Yan still likes the feeling of being alone outside. After all, there are too many high-level cultivators in the 5 Elements peak. Although he has no secrets that cannot be seen in the light, the feeling of being exposed is too uncomfortable. Even though the spiritual energy on the 5 Elements peak is very rich, Luo Yan thinks more. There seem to be countless spiritual herbs on the mountain, but none of them can be touched. You can look at them but not pick them. If they are not yours, what's the use? Apart from the rich spiritual energy and the proximity to the General Affairs Hall, there is nothing else. These 2 advantages are not enough to make Luo Yan give up the idea of leaving the 5 Elements peak. In addition, the spiritual herbs needed to increase spiritual power during the foundation building period are almost all dozens or hundreds of years old. These spiritual herbs are very valuable, and it is even less likely that the sect will sell them separately. Generally, they are refined into pills and then exchanged for disciples. But in this way, the exchange price of the pills will soar. Either find a way to earn more contribution points, or prepare the spiritual herbs in advance. Luo Yan first ruled out the option of exchanging contribution points for pills. He often refines pills himself and knows how high the profit is and how black the people in the merit hall are. Coupled with the appearance of hydroponic spiritual herbs and the peony on his body, finding a suitable place as a cave is an inevitable choice. Start preparing some spiritual medicines that can only be used in the foundation building period or even the golden elixir period from now on, and wait for dozens or hundreds of years until they are ready for harvest. Then calculate a certain frequency and plant a batch every certain period of time, so that you can get a steady supply of spiritual medicines. At least by then, he will not be short of ordinary spiritual medicines. Luo Yan always believes in a truth that if a person does not think about the future, he will have immediate worries. While he is still young and has a lot of time, if he does not consider the future, when his cultivation is really high in the future, there will really be no extra choices. In fact, he can also learn from most disciples. As long as he builds his foundation, he will go out to find cultivation resources, hunt monsters, and go to secret realms with his fellow disciples. These are the choices of most disciples. Luo Yan did not deny it. He just wanted to give himself a little guarantee for his future. He did not want to become a person who runs around for resources in the future. It happened that the 100,000-mile wilderness was within the sphere of influence of the sect, which was relatively safe and had sufficient spiritual energy. It was also a good choice to use it to plant more spiritual medicines. Planting spiritual medicines in advance only gives my future self one more option than others. When I have established my foundation, I can use them. Otherwise, if I don't spend all the contribution points in my hand, it will be a waste. Whether it is spiritual stones or contribution points, only by spending them can its value be reflected. Otherwise, it is just a pile of useless stones, and it is too slow to use them for cultivation. Luo Yan turned around and went to the merit hall, exchanged for a map of the 100,000-mile wilderness, and then carefully examined it. Although there is no danger in the wilderness near the sect, it must be full of mountains and wild ridges. It is estimated that everything can only start from scratch, including combing the earth veins, arranging large spirit-gathering arrays to attract spiritual energy, changing the mountain, etc. Luo Yan searched on the map for a long time and found that he couldn't see anything just by looking at it, so he had to explore it himself. I definitely can't choose those that are too far out in the wilderness. The monsters in this wilderness are too terrifying. It would be terrible if one of them slips through the net. Besides, my cultivation is too low. If I encounter an enemy, I'm afraid I won't have anywhere to escape. The mountains that are too close to the sect should all be occupied, so it won't be my turn. Luo Yan pondered. Chapter 99, Looking for a cave to settle down. There are a large number of outer disciples in the sect, and there should be quite a few who want to do the same as I did, occupy a mountain, and learn from the 5 elements peak to plant spiritual herbs all over the mountain. After all, the life of a cultivator is too long. Planting a few spiritual herbs casually is just a little embellishment in the years of cultivation. It can also prepare some cultivation resources for the future self in advance, so why not do it? Although there are still many disciples who are unwilling to live in the 100,000-mile wilderness, the 5 elements peak is enough for daily cultivation. If there is a lack of resources, go to the depths of the wilderness or the South China Sea to hunt monsters, explore secrets, etc. There is always a way. Why should you move out of the 5 elements peak with abundant spiritual energy and run to the deserted wilderness to reclaim mountains, comb the earth's energy, and plant spiritual herbs? In their view, this is a typical thankless task. This is also the 2 major concepts of cultivation in the sect. One is to rely on yourself to have enough food and clothing. Although the spiritual stones come a little slowly, they are stable and safe. The harvest of each step is expected, there will not be too much surprise, and it will be ordinary. The other is to rely on the sword in your hand to rob other places. As long as the strength is enough, there will be a wave of wealth everywhere, and there is no need to plant spiritual herbs so hard. Make yourself tired. Anyway, there is almost everything in the sect: elixirs, runes, magic weapons, spirit beasts. As long as you have contribution points, you can exchange them. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, and it all depends on personal preference. The reason why Luo Yan ran out to find a spiritual land was naturally not to become a professional spiritual plant husband. He just wanted to plant some high-level spiritual medicine seeds in advance, and then when he reaches a higher level of cultivation in the future, he can harvest them. At that time, It will be cost-effective to use them to refine some elixirs for his own cultivation. In fact, many disciples in the sect also do this. It is too tiring to be a professional spiritual plant husband, so just sow some high-level spiritual medicine seeds, wait for dozens or hundreds of years, and then harvest them. This is why the mountains near the sect show that they have owners. Those mountains may not be inhabited by cultivators, but they must have protective formations. With the ancient monitoring mirror in the law enforcement hall, there is no need to worry that the spiritual medicine will be picked by other disciples when you go out. The sect's punishment in this regard is still quite strong. If there were no protective formations to isolate them, those precious medicines would be dug out and eaten by some daring spirit beasts before they were ripe. The main purpose of those protective formations was to prevent these spirit beasts that had developed spiritual consciousness. Because some spirit beasts had even become spiritual, they would find a place to listen to the sect elders' lectures. After learning a set of impressive skills, ordinary outer disciples were really no match for them. They often made some outer disciples miserable. For example, there was a Tongming peak outside the big lake near the sect, where a group of monkeys lived. Among them, the Monkey King had even reached the 3rd level and was specially raised there by a Yuaning elder of the sect. Because the monkey group could produce monkey wine, and the elder was addicted to alcohol. So there were often little monkeys running to the next door, or even to the mountains dozens of miles away to steal spiritual fruits. What's more, some of them directly became scabby dogs and stayed by the big lake. Once they saw a lone outer disciple, they would quickly rush forward and hug their thighs. If you don't give them some spiritual stones, spiritual fruits or precious medicines, you can't leave. It's like they were saying you can go, but you have to pay a toll. This makes many low-level disciples miserable. But there's nothing they can do about them. After all, they are the spiritual pets of the Yuaning elders. You have to look at the owner before you can beat a dog. There are several other such bully spiritual beasts, including the red moon horse that specializes in eating the spiritual medicines planted by disciples, and the big black bird that always likes to break into the caves of female disciples who live alone. Although these spiritual beasts are not bad by nature and will not hurt people, their ability to play pranks is really annoying, and they often make disciples who practice water magic outside the lake in a panic. It just so happens that these guys have a very deep background, so the disciples can only stare at each other, helpless. If anyone dares to hurt these spiritual beasts for no reason, the owners of these spiritual beasts don't even have to step in, and the law enforcement hall will punish them. As long as these spiritual beasts don't take the initiative to attack the disciples of the Five Elements Temple, some small mischief will not be taken care of by the sect. After all, there are several 4th-level spirit beasts in the sect, and there is a real shape-shifting spirit medicine in the secret world. These terrifying existences have greatly enhanced the foundation of the sect. It has long been connected with the sect and is inseparable. If Luo Yan wants to find a spiritual place, he can't see any information just from the map. Now it seems that he can only go to investigate it on the spot. However, with his current cultivation, it is nothing but a foolish dream to want to travel around this wilderness in a short period of time. At this time, Luo Yan thought of the spirit crane. At first, he was still wondering why these spirit cranes were raised around the lake, and there were so many of them. Now he finally understood that not all sect monks would use magic tools to fly when they travel. Although almost all monks above the foundation building stage use magic tools, and because magic tools have spirits, they can automatically absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fly, without consuming too much spiritual power of the user. But the sphere of influence of the Five Elements Temple is after all 100,000 miles of wilderness. How long can those disciples who have not reached the foundation building stage or do not have magic weapons fly with their own spiritual power? At this time, the spiritual crane comes in handy. A spiritual crane can fly a whole day and fly thousands of miles away, and it only costs 10 spiritual stones. This is still quite cost-effective for most outer disciples. Moreover, the IQ of these spiritual cranes is equivalent to that of human children aged 4 or 5. They are kind and simple, and their appearance is white and gorgeous, which makes a large part of the sect disciples feel better about the spiritual cranes. They almost regard the spiritual cranes as the auspicious beasts of the Five Elements Temple. Luo Yan just stood by the lake and waved his hand gently, and a spiritual crane spread its wings and came. "Take me outside for a walk." Luo Yan conveyed his emotions to it. Although these spiritual cranes are spiritual beasts and their IQ is enough for brief communication, most of them still can't speak. and the spiritual crane in front of him can't even transmit sound, and looks stupid. Luo Yan was not picky. As long as he could understand what he meant, he took out 10 spiritual stones and was swallowed by the spiritual crane. With a swish, the crane flapped its wings and flew away with him, covering the sky and the sun. With a light cry, it left the lake. Luo Yan finally experienced what it felt like to fly at high speed in the sky. The whistling wind in his ears made the spiritual shield ripple. The clouds in the sky were cut by the spiritual crane like a sharp sword, leaving a long cut. The dense forests and cliffs under his feet were slowly retreating, and an indescribable sense of pride arose in his heart. Luo Yan took out a map, immersed his mind in it, and felt the dense light spots on it, knowing that this meant that there were disciples of the sect here. Because this area is the closest to the sect, there are ancient trees on both sides, and the auspicious air and mist are everywhere. It is a rare spiritual place. Naturally, it is very popular. Luo Yan had no intention of letting the spirit crane stop. It would be better to stay on the 5 Elements peak than to build a hut in such a place. The spiritual energy there is more abundant. He wanted to find a place with mountains and waters, so that he could raise some amphibious spirit beasts. Then he would feed these spirit beasts with a hydroponic spirit medicine he planted, so as to achieve the purpose of a small cycle. After all, it was for the future. If the place was small and the limitations were too great, it would not work. This was also the reason why the 5 Elements Temple had to set up its headquarters in the Great Wilderness, because the spiritual energy in the Great Wilderness was much richer than that in the hinterland. Any mountain range could be transformed into a spiritual land after a long period of conditioning. Moreover, there were many high mountains and steep ridges in the Great Wilderness, and the valleys were deep and secluded, which was particularly suitable for cultivators to practice. The Great Wilderness of 100,000 miles was remote and vast. Even if all the disciples of the sect occupied a mountain with a radius of 10 miles, they would not even reach a fraction. There was not much else in the Great Wilderness, but there were many mountains. Slowly, after flying out of the sect for more than 100 miles, the light spots on the map gradually became scarce. However, there are still endless mountains here, and there is no water area that Luo Yan wants. Luo Yan then let the spirit crane take him to fly in an arc. After flying for half an hour, Luo Yan finally saw a large lake with mist. Looking down from the sky, this large lake is about 30 miles in radius, and the water surface is filled with clouds and mist, which is very out of this world. Luo Yan let the spirit crane rush down with him, and touched its smooth neck, letting it find a place to play for a while. Rest. After exploring this area of water, take him back together. Luo Yan took out a wooden puppet from the storage bag, sank his mind into it, and blessed it with the artistic conception of water. Suddenly, as soon as the wooden puppet entered the water, it turned into a swimming fish and disappeared in an instant. There is no hindrance to sneaking in the water, and because of the blessing of the artistic conception of water, ordinary aquatic spirit beasts cannot find it. It is very hidden. And it is several times faster than running on land. Most of the water is very shallow, only about 7 or 8 meters deep. Only near the center of the swamp is the water several dozen meters deep. The wooden puppet went around the swamp and found many aquatic spirit beasts, including beasts and spirit turtles. There were even a few spirit fish that were 3 feet long, light silver in color, and exuded the aura of a first-class medium-grade spirit. Luo Yan looked at this place. It was about 200 miles away from the sect, not too far. If it is used as a cave, it is still good. Moreover, although the water below is shallow, when the time comes to raise spirit fish, you can use magic to dig down. If you dig deeper, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, spirit fish have keen hearing, and if the water is too shallow, you can't raise spirit fish. In Luo Yan's idea, this swamp is used to raise some spirit fish, and the mountain next to it is used to raise some spirit birds such as chickens. The open space in the middle is used to grow spirit medicine, so everything will be ready. Chapter 100, Mountain Protection Formation and Spiritual Medicine Transplantation. After a simple survey of the swamp, Luo Yan asked Ling to take him on his journey again. For a whole day, they looked at several water areas, but some were too large and directly connected to the underground river. Some were too small, so it would be more convenient to dig a nearby water area. Luo Yan compared the inspiration in the mountains and several water areas and found that only the first swamp was full of inspiration, and there was no need to adjust the earth veins too much. It was only necessary to set up a spirit gathering array to attract the spiritual energy to complete the gathering of spirits. Only by encircling the spiritual energy in the mountains and pulling it into the water, combining it with the energy of the earth veins, and after a long period of contamination, ordinary water quality could be contaminated with that trace of spiritual energy and then transformed into a lake containing spiritual energy. Because Luo Yan found that the most suitable for chip deduction were runes and formations, he planned to simply deal with the cave where he lived first, and then study runes. It was with the help of the chip that a spirit gathering array that could continue to operate without spirit stones could be derived. In fact, this was a trick. The original operation of the spirit gathering array was to use the spiritual energy in the spirit stone to attract the free spiritual power factors in the air to achieve the purpose of gathering spirits. Now it is just to change the spiritual energy in the spirit stone to the earth vein energy. Although it can achieve the same effect, the efficiency of gathering spirits will be relatively poor. However, Luo Yan is also very satisfied. After all, it is free. After many deductions of the chip, this composite spirit gathering array, while retaining the original spirit gathering effect, greatly reduces the dependence on spirit stones. In other words, Luo Yan only needs to build the array base of the spirit gathering array in the early stage, and the remaining array operation can use the earth vein energy to guide the gathering of spirits. Although the spirit gathering effect of this kind of spirit gathering array is relatively low, it is a great blessing for Luo Yan. Because there is no need to consume spirit stones, this can help him save a lot of expenses. This is why Luo Yan had to explore the concentration of the earth vein energy between the waters and the mountains in the early stage. If such a large area of water and mountains were to be connected directly without improving the spirit gathering array, the cost of spirit stones would be absolutely terrifying. He would rather not arrange it, and just plant the spiritual medicine seeds like most of the sect disciples. Let it grow and die on its own. He was unwilling to spend a huge amount of money to arrange it. Although from a long-term perspective, he would not lose money. But the effort was too much, so it was not worth it. I've been looking for a whole day, and I'm tired. Let's just go with that big marsh. Luo Yan made up his mind. He chose that big marsh as his home. After Luo Yan returned to the merit hall, he took out the map and found the area where he was. Luo Yan spent 10 spirit stones to register, and then used another 100 spirit stones to renew it for 10 years. It can be renewed when it expires in the future. In this way, even if someone occupies the big marsh, the disciples in the sect can see this light spot on the map, and generally they will not come to disturb it. Even if there is a dispute, the sect will give priority to the registered disciples. If theftakers, you can even apply for the right to explore the ancient mirror in the law enforcement hall. In the following time, Luo Yan began to prepare the materials for the layout of the large array, as well as various second-level and even third-level spiritual medicine seeds. The seeds of these spiritual medicines are of little value before they grow up, and Luo Yan is not worried about being coveted by others. His initial idea is to first set up a large fog array near the big lake, and then add the trap array and the illusion array. Form a set of joint arrays. Later, Luo Yan felt that it was not safe to set up only the first-level array. After all, he still had a peony with a medicinal age of more than 1,000 years. After hesitating for a long time, he still went to the merit hall and spent a huge sum of 8,000 contribution points to exchange for a second-level top-level small 5-element yin and yang inversion array disk. The advantage of this array is that it can borrow the energy of the earth veins, hide the array between the mountains and rivers, and integrate them into one, and the attack from the outside will be directly guided underground. As long as the strength of the invader cannot reach the power of collapsing the mountain with one blow, there will be no danger to the things inside. It can also not expose the true spiritual power in the array. Moreover, if you don't know the specific location of the array base of this array that calls on the energy of the earth veins, even a cultivator in the Jinden period can't think of breaking it in an instant. But this formation also has disadvantages, because it is arranged by a disposable formation plate. If there is no damage, it can be used continuously. If there is a strong enemy attacking continuously from the outside, the strength of the formation plate cannot last too long. As long as the formation is triggered, Luo Yan will be able to find it at the first time. At that time, he will decide whether to report it to the sect by judging the strength of the invading enemy. Although the existence of the Supreme Elder has a casual attitude towards the 1,000-year spiritual medicine, Luo Yan can't. He still cherishes this peony. The 1,000-year spiritual medicine cannot be exchanged in the merit hall. It can only be exchanged for the elixir that increases cultivation. Although there are such precious medicines on the five elements peak, they are not his after all. He can only be jealous. This is a 1,000-year spiritual medicine that truly belongs to him. With such a rare treasure, it is necessary to have a certain degree of precaution against outsiders. But Luo Yan arranged this small five-element yin and yang reversal formation more to prevent the monsters in the mountain from breaking in. There are too many monsters in this 100,000-li wilderness. Although there are ancient mirrors and the high-level cultivators of the sect to detect with their spiritual sense, there are almost no monsters of the second level and above. But Luo Yan thinks it is better to be cautious. What if some first-level monsters are lucky and happen to advance? It just happens to be eyeing his precious medicine. If there are only those first-level formations, it may be beyond his ability to stop a second-level monster. If Xiaoyi is really killed, Luo Yan will not have time to cry. For this reason, he did not hesitate to spend a large amount of contribution points to exchange for a set of second-level mountain protection formations. There is no way. With Luo Yan's current ability, he can only arrange some first-level formations at most. There are too many things involved in the arrangement of the second-level formation, not only the painting of the formation pattern, but also the strength of one's own spiritual sense needs to reach a certain level, otherwise it is impossible to arrange a high-level formation. These days, Luo Yan has been dredging the earth veins. After all the earth veins have been sorted out, he began to arrange the spirit-gathering formation. Because this time, Luo Yan had to arrange a complex spirit-gathering array composed of nearly 100 small spirit-gathering arrays, so he had to act cautiously. This kind of super-large spirit-gathering array, as long as there is a slight delay, it will fail, and then start all over again. Faced with this huge workload caused by mistakes, Luo Yan refused. Therefore, every time Luo Yan arranged a spirit-gathering array, he would check it with a chip to ensure that he was absolutely correct. He arranged the array slowly, but very accurately, and each one was so strict that there was no difference from the chip calculation. As the array plates of the spirit-gathering array were buried underground by Luo Yan, the small spirit-gathering arrays began to bloom like bright lights. Finally, nearly 100 array plates of the spirit-gathering array were buried underground by him. Luo Yan took a deep breath, buried the last array base under the roots of an ancient tree, then crushed a spirit stone and directly activated the array. With the blessing of the spiritual eye technique, Luo Yan's eyes were shining. In his sight, the spiritual energy drawn by each small spirit-gathering array was gray, like countless spider threads, finally converging to one point. Boom! The super-large composite array composed of hundreds of spirit-gathering arrays drew all the spiritual energy from the periphery into the large array, just like a yin-yang diagram, flowing in a certain order, which was very spectacular. Chirp! Chirp! As if sensing the spiritual energy coming towards them, the spiritual cranes foraging in the swamp jumped directly into the sky and made joyful calls. The concentration of spiritual energy here made it feel as if it had returned to the edge of the lake, which was very rich. Luo Yan looked at the spiritual cranes screaming excitedly in the sky, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It has been hard for it during this period of time, carrying itself around the world every day. Sometimes in the swamp, sometimes in the sect, and sometimes in the depths of the wilderness. With the effect of this spirit-gathering array, Luo Yan believed that it would not take many years for the swamp to become a spiritual place like the mountain near the sect. If you want to reach the concentration of spiritual energy on the five elements peak, it will probably take tens of thousands of years. In the short term, he dare not hope for it. Then, Luo Yan found a place on the edge of the Great Lake, and built a simple earth house with the earth technique, earth prison, and then transplanted the spiritual peach and tea trees that he had originally planted in the small courtyard to the open space next to it. As for those hydroponic tanks, he has no use for them for the time being. Or it needs to be simply improved. In the past, because of the small space, it was a helpless move to plant spiritual medicine in hydroponic tanks. Although there is such a large area now, spiritual medicine can be planted directly outside. But compared to planting spiritual medicine directly in the soil, Luo Yan still wants to plant it in water, using the greenhouse method to control environmental temperature, light and other factors. Because of this planting, the spiritual medicine will appear to be more dense, and it does not require too much labor and effort. It is even possible to simulate the heat release of sunlight through the red house dome to change the temperature in the greenhouse, so that the spiritual medicine inside is no longer affected by the season and achieve the purpose of continuous growth. Luo Yan first used the earth magic, earth prison to make a mud wall top, then dug some holes on it and placed the redstone on it. Then he used mud to make a simple waterproof groove to replace the transparent hydroponic tank, which would save him a lot of time to refine the hydroponic tank. He spread the waterproof grooves in a row and divided them into multiple areas. As before, the spiritual medicines that hate light and like shade were placed in the corners. The spiritual plants that like sunlight were placed under the redstone. Most of the rest of the place, several layers up and down, each layer has a long groove, and each groove is used to grow the same spiritual medicine. In this way, the space can be used most efficiently to ensure the continuous and multi-category output of spiritual medicine. And there will be no confusion. As for the peony, he hesitated and buried it in the soil outside, and even arranged an additional spirit gathering array there. The spiritual rain magic was also performed, as carefully as if taking care of a newborn child. Luo Yan inspected his masterpiece, and his eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. After spending more than half a month, the basic framework has been built. All that is left is to add the various spiritual plants that one wants. The mud wall is too ugly. When one has time, he can find a chance to change it. Change it to translucent colored glaze. The future is promising. He is very satisfied. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.